Dobré ráno, vážení diváci.
Good morning, dear viewers. Allow me to welcome you to the next University Open.
Streams. One of this is in English and one of in Czech, so you can join any one that you prefer. It will be simultaneously translated. So let me jump back into Czech again.
And let's say to each other immediately that this is a traditional conference that deals with modern topics of information technology. We spoke about information, cyber security, AI, and there were more topics. Today we are going to speak about enterprise systems, about big systems that need each component and that are bound together into a work unit. I invited a colleague of mine, Mr. Martin Fila, who is a specialist in these systems, and I will ask directly him, what is the future of these systems, ERP? Good morning, thank you for introducing me. The future, from my point of view, circles around AI, undoubtedly. So studies show that artificial intelligence will not replace our work by itself, but people who know how to work with artificial intelligence can progress the company very much further using the AI. And the future systems and the future is about, first of all, integration of these elements, AI, in order to increase productivity of workforce. Let's look at the building blocks, at particular presentations that are ahead of us today. In introduction, there will be Mr. Spania, who will tell us something about the future and predictions and the mechanisms that will be used. This will be the first section that will also contain presentation of Mr. Petr Valuš, who will tell us something about how to modernize applications, modern systems, while using the AI. I'm very much looking forward to that. And let me continue with the second section, second block, which will be more centered on individual ERP systems and what's their usage. In the first part, David Kimmer and Miloš Vodrážka from Unicorn will present us the system how to create all those features with the digital twins. Then it will be continued by Mr. Michal Suva from SAP, making us familiar with SAP solution. It will be our chance to study specific systems. And then there will be another building block that are connected through efficiency of these systems. First, Luděk Šafář from SAS will speak about super systems, data integration as a basis for ERP. I suppose that the complexity level of these systems is very special. And finally, Kateřina Vašková from Microsoft will speak about scalability of these ERP systems. And we will end in a slightly untraditional way, which is a digital education. Mrs. Jana Adamová and Mr. Jakub Hamáček from Unicorn will make us acquainted with the importance of digital education, because if you want to build them up and use the systems, you must be appropriately educated. Not only the systems themselves lead you to that, but they even contain the component of education. This will be our fourth building block, and it will be the end of our conference. After each block, there will be a small Q&A break or space. So I would like to invite you to raise your questions either through this QR code or through web. Please do form your questions. We will try to involve our speakers so that they answer your questions. Do not hesitate to raise your questions at any moment during the conference or even after the conference. We will be very happy if you give us a feedback. I hope that you can observe that we strive at getting better and better, but your feedback is very valuable. If it is positive or negative, whichever, we really want to do it in best possible way. So this is everything I wanted to tell you concerning organization of the conference, technicalities. Let's open with the first building block. It will be a presentation by Mr. Václav Spania from Gartner. What are the trends in the field of ERP? Mr. Spania. Thank you for the word, and good morning to everyone who listens to us. It was with a great pleasure I accepted the invitation to this conference. Thank you very much for having invited me. It's for the first time after, I would say, a half a year that a conference has not been called just AI. It is about AI, but in a larger context. I will not avoid AI, but will speak more about trends and the future in the field of ERP, and not only what's the view of Gartner, but also what are the issues and the views of users of those systems. Let me start with it. Gartner every year makes a study, a sort of a questionnaire study among technology bosses of different companies around the world. And the context I'm showing you just now is European one. It's been involving 970 CIOs, and questions were raised into what fields are you going to invest in the next year. It was the year 24 which was at stake, and in what fields you will invest less. So you can see increasing investments, cyber and information security, which reflects them into all different technologies involved. Application modernization, it also concerned a lot of people. 68% of respondents said we would increase our investments. Only 6% of them said we would decrease our investments. If you look at our region, which is Central and Eastern Europe, CEE, this is our little pond, let us say, or our activity field. I mean Czech, Slovak, Polish, and a couple of Balkan countries. In here, you can see that quite significantly, ERP will be the field where roughly 1/3 will invest less as compared to 2023. On the other hand, application modernization, 80% of respondents said they would invest more, which may sound contradictory a bit, but this is the trend I will describe in a while. Very often we do not speak anymore about ERP, we rather speak about applications we use. When I look at trends from the point of view of how customers ask Gartner, in what way, and what is the number of questions, these are the questions that relate to ERP or enterprise applications. Most frequently, and this is a thing that always shocks me, sort of, is how to create an ERP strategy and a roadmap that would be aligned to business strategies. This is one of the most frequent questions, and although ERP systems and applications have existed since already when IP started, I mean, it was already in 2060s, and we still ask ourselves whether they are aligned or not to business objectives. 80% of respondents also ask how to implement the right application cloud migration, how to apply other technologies, including involving AI into ERP. These are the trends that are clear, and they say what our customers deal with. So this is the view, this is the perspective of customers. And that results in one significant thing. Until today, we are not good at using ERP in such a way that it helps us in terms of business, so that it brings us advantage. When we invest into ERP, usually I have 3 reasons for doing it. The first, I increase revenue. The second reason is I decrease my costs and increase efficiency. And the third is I reduce risks. And quite often, the reason is being looked for. Why should I invest into ERP? Because it doesn't bring me additional business or competitive edge. And very often, business solutions do not get up to implementation of the business I had at the beginning. Less than 30% of customers that adopt new solutions from ERP mega vendors do achieve their original business case they intended at. What's the explanation? What's the explanation of the situation? What's the answer to the question what to do with it? Let's have a look at this slide. I'm not sure whether you know this type of chart. Garten calls it hype cycle, and it shows in principle what new technologies appear. This is this stage, innovation trigger. What peak of expectations do they reach? I mean, there are exaggerated expectations at the beginning that the new technology would bring us miracles, breakthrough moments, revolution. This is a stage where ERP are often, very often today. Then this stage is followed by another one, trough, disillusion. So enterprises find out that it will not happen by itself, that no miracle will just fall on us, that it needs our work as well in order for technologies to work. And then technologies get to the next stage of us getting used to implement them or use them properly. And finally, plateau of productivity, enterprises do use technologies properly. These are time delays. The white circle here reaching plateau of productivity in less than 2 years, light blue in between 2 and 5 years, and dark blue or black circle in between 5 and 10 years. So it gives management time to reach plateau of productivity.
And this covers a number of areas, and this specific is actually designed for ERP systems. Well, I haven't mentioned that ERP systems are financial systems, processes, accounting processes, and also operation or production management and enterprises management. And those systems also cover HCM, human capital management, and others. So this is all covered by ERP systems. We have another technology. It's a technology which I would like to address more, and this is the so-called composable ERP. And what does that mean? What do we use it for? I will show you this now. Looking back in history, the ERP system was devised for planning materials, planning production, so that we had materials or components to put a car or a bus together. And then it actually morphed into a huge complex system called an ERP system. Now we call it the EBC, Enterprise Business Capabilities. I don't know whether this system will take off, but what is important is the concept we have. I'll show you more details of what we know and we do today. Whenever I ask somebody what system they have, the users don't usually say we implement accounting. They say we implement SAP or we implement Helios. And they call it by the vendor's name. And most of the time, we see the capabilities that SAP or Helios have broad, all those programs we know. And just a few would say, I'm implementing accounting or the production planning process, and I need a software for it. And this is what EBC is bringing, this capability-driven ERP, in other words. So what are its features? We have got roughly six hallmarks there, 6 features. And this slide is not a year old. This is from 2018. And an AI-driven concept is based on data, and if we don't have data, then we don't have AI, of course. So the first hallmark is consumable. That means I have an off-the-shelf solution. I don't need to customize it. I have features which are important parameters. And then it is a system that will actually be able to replace people. Somebody asked me whether we would really actually replace people. Well, we will introduce automation, and of course, will be people augmented. Enabling is another hallmark. It means it has to adapt to the agility of today's environment, because the environment is evolving very fast and it's the new normal. Nothing is stable, not a system. We also have changes within ERP. And we used to have, in the old days, internal and external systems, but now the dividing line is more blurry. And that's why this is a capability that focuses on the customers more. When speaking about components or composable ERP, then this is the definition by Gartner. Composable ERP is an adaptive technology strategy that enables the foundational administrative and operational digital capabilities to reassemble and keep up with the pace of business change. It means that this package has got capabilities which can be switched on or switched off and adapted to my system very fast. What is actually important is how we want to cover the specific capabilities. I'm not going to actually go into much details of those business capability models, but if you know, this methodology has been here for a number of years, so we can focus on it. We can read upon it. Well, capability and the model as such actually has got services, data, API, and it can also have a user interface, but it doesn't need to. There is a channel which actually makes it possible to switch off or on, and this capability can cover accounting management, order management, or payments, or matching of documents, or distinguishing the types of documents. And the granularity is not on the basis of microservices, but it's on the basis of business activities. So what is important is that this component can be combined with other parts which will be important for the company, for our business. We don't need to be actually dealing within one package. I can cover some parts by my legacy applications, but some other parts might be actually bought as a SaaS service. Composability might bring some negative features, but the main thing is that I have to watch integration, and it always has two sides. It means that we have to work on it, but then the user will be more content, and you are not so dependent on the suppliers, and you are more flexible. That is the most important thing. Okay, going back to the so-called hype cycle, I skipped a lot of technologies which are still here, to be seen here. But what you see here is cloud ERP for global enterprises, for manufacturing, cloud ERP for public sector even, and a cloud solution is a very common thing in ERP technologies, and it's being used dynamically. Well, this is an older slide that I'm showing to you, and what I wanted to talk about is the dynamic evolvement of software licenses. Here you see SaaS versus on-premise licenses, and here you see financial systems, financial management systems. This is a manufacturing or manufacturing management, or EAM. Those are conservating of activities, and human capital management here, that means HCM. This is how ERP is divided, and the light blue part shows how much spending in a given year will be materialized for software services, and how much the percentage will go for licenses. And this is driven by big systems such as SAP or Workday. And you see that the increase of the services and purchasing software as services is huge. It can be halted, and it's supported by big company strategies. So it has to do with the migration of data to clouds. And of course, it will cover also the financial statements, and it might give the SFOs and SEOs a big headache, but this is what reality looks like. This will be about the market share and the major players on the market. And here, enterprise asset management, those are financial components, human capital, and manufacturing again. And this is manufacturing planning and manufacturing management. And what we see here is that SAP is actually leading in almost all those areas. Workday is not officially represented here in the Czech Republic, but it is still leading in human capital management, and it is on the rise in FMS. Then we have Oracle and UKG that focuses on HCM, whereas Sage focuses on financial components, FMS. And that will be in small and middle businesses. Another slide, the last one, is the size of those components, and actually also the comparison of 21 and 2022. And what you see is the percentage of those components, the proportions, and how they actually how they grow. So capital management, human capital management is growing actually even faster than the financial management systems. This is what surprised me. This has been my opening presentation. I think you will have a number of interesting presentations to follow me, but those were the basic trends I wanted to speak about. Thank you. And now we can have questions by our listeners. You have mentioned that the future of ERP might look like that. Some roles will be actually covered by the future ERP systems. Well, AI will be the key. In general, what is predicted that EBIT should be driven by AI by 25%. The question is how we actually define AI, because what I think is that the whole area of IT is covered by AI, but as for predictions and analysis, automation can be expected, especially in the area of accounting and invoice matching. Those things are being underpinned by AI, and this trend will be continuing. So in all those mechanical activities, those normal activities can be replaced. We actually have always been trying to do this.
These are already situations when humans are replaced. So automation, this will be the biggest change. I do not think that these technologies will replace financial chief officer, but for sure they will replace some managers in planification, for instance, in planning. This trend will be obvious, and there are already existing cases where automation is very much deployed, where chatbots have replaced many human beings, including in the Czech Republic. Thank you for your answer. Let's have a look at the questions from our audience. Or in the meantime, I would try to ask. I studied the reasons, and it always seemed to me that ERP, that the main motive why to invest into it is security, and I mean cyber security. First of all, if you want to protect the data, if you want to say to your customer that if it chooses this particular solution, there will be a certainty guarantee that the data will be protected. Is it something customers ask for very often or pay attention to it? I think it depends very much on the size of a company and its dynamics. When I consider advantages of ERP for companies, it depends on sectors. If you go to a bank, they have SAP deployed. You ask them, what is your main system? They will certainly not say SAP. They will say core system they've got from India, and the same will be in telecommunications and similar companies, while for smaller companies, this is the question of death or life. So if their system fails, they are not able to recover. They lose it, or their data, I mean, for instance, about inventory, and therefore the system is extremely critical. So it relates to criticality of the system and whether I am a company that uses the system just for accountancy or for accountancy and vital functions. And if the second is true, it's not that I'm going to buy just because somebody tells me to do it. I will really study my architecture and I will ask myself whether do I have the knowledge for it. And there are many companies who will outsource the HR or other processes, accountancy processes, for instance, And for them, it is not interesting. It is something they must have, but it doesn't bring them some specific advantage, some specific benefit. It's something of routine, and lower price is sought for. We do not have more questions from our audience. Thank you very much for this vision that opened our conference. And you did say so important messages, key messages. Thank you very much for that. I thank you. And we will continue in our agenda. There will be now a presentation oriented on modernization and usage of ERP in modern systems. Peter Valuš from Microsoft will share his view on it. He will join us online. So, can you hear us, Peter? Yes, I do. I can hear you perfectly well. And we've been co-working with Peter for a long time. He's an expert for implementation of GIT Hub and artificial intelligence usage. And before we started this morning, he even shared with me the information that there would be some video for you. We are looking forward to your presentation. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for this highly interesting presentation that preceded me. And I'm looking forward to the next ones. I will try to relate what was said. I have just 20 minutes, and indeed there will be some video live. There will be some slides sharing some figures from the world as treated by Microsoft. And also I have a couple of pictures you can use already, a couple of images you can use in your intelligent applications, either at home or in business environment. I'm not going to speak about Office 365, no. I will focus on AI. We, as Microsoft, we introduced Copilot everywhere. It's practically present in all of our platforms and applications. So I'm not going to speak about Office package nor about chat enterprises, neither on Dynamics or CRM, which is a part of our Dynamics family. I will speak about sort of a basis that is applicable to every, a certain chassis that is applicable to every application in connection with changes, minor or major, you can use for whatever. The figures I promised, let me tell you what's the perception of the world, the current world, in figures. We, Microsoft, we see that 91% of companies have already cloud as part of their strategy. These are figures applicable to the whole world, ABC figures. This is a study I can share with you later on. So 91%, and we can see it also in the Czech and Slovak markets. People use cloud in their strategies. Cloud is a true enabler of modern trends. This is the way, this is the method how to provide customers with what they want from you, from the company. Out of 91% of companies, 75% of them are already building new products or features based on the cloud modernization principles, which makes me happy because I've been working for Microsoft since 9 years, and four years ago I chose the way of modernization of applications. At the beginning, 4 years ago, it was rather wild. From time to time, we made some Kubernetes service. Today, when we visit a customer going through a major cloud migration, people tell me we do not want just to migrate our systems there. I want to build new systems on new cloud modern principles. I want to have AI inserted in order to be safe, to be scalable, to be automated, so that cloud brings me all the benefits that have been envisaged. So 75% of our customers want to have it, including those principles as a basis. At the same time, 87% of them feel that AI gives them a certain competitive edge today, enables them to reach something new on the market. We are not speaking about how to increase productivity or how to replace people. We rather discuss with our customers how to get a competitive edge. If you have, for instance, one e-shop, you buy your food from, they bring your delivery to your house, and to have a assistant I can discuss with about the list of my shopping, speaking about the time of delivery, I don't know, between 7 and 8 in the morning. It will be brought to it, and the assistant even advises me, I buy something which is, for instance, asparagus at this time, season for it, so you could buy it. It's in sale now in action. And this is, there are customers who work on that because the services are already ready. What I have been describing, you can have, for instance, today, customized way of purchasing foods. This is not something as utopia. It is something you can have in a very short time. Let me speak a bit faster now. So 83% of enterprise decision makers, I spoke now that 78% of customers feel that AI makes a competitive edge for them. I gave you the real case, and 83% of our customers decided to increase AI spend in application modernization efforts this year, 2024, based on OpenAI. And what customers are interested in is, how can I modernize my application so that I can provide some additional service? Let me be more specific. Last year, at the Microsoft conference, we spoke about modern application principles. I do not want to be highly specific or technical. For instance, if you have a certain environment in cloud, you can adapt it to Kubernetes services environment. If you do not have people for that, you can have customized applications and use it in it. So Kubernetes is a more abstract level. You do not have to take manual care of it. You do not have to switch it on, switch it off. It goes automatically by itself. This is the level of automation we expect. Besides that, there is a modern platform that is connected with it, connected also to open source database. And then there are developers. These are our close and important professionals. There is a trend that customers have their own development departments, and we tell them, if you want to build up an application, your developers use a repository of cloud and build applications and run them immediately from a testing environment. You can deploy your applications by yourself, whether it's in whatever the environment is, whether on Azure or on a different platform. So this is something that often is not sufficient. They want data-driven experience, customized applications, this shopping basket, let us say. We have customers who ask us specifically, a Czech company, we have many security blocks we collect. We are in a period of cyber threats, I need that it's being taken care of, my enterprise security. And there is a specialist who understands blocks and technology, but I don't understand him. And me, as the owner of the company, I need every single report to be clear to me. What happened in computers, what happened on our servers. I want to be informed in a human language. What is going on in IT field of my company, so that AI translates data and logs, metadata on cybersecurity through different services we can often, such as Sentinel or others. I can get this information in a natural language. For instance, this event happened today, this is a serious incident, let's solve it together. So this is a current expectation of our customers. That's why we speak about AI so very much.
And now, specifically, how you can build a smart application. Those of you who haven't seen Azure will be given the chance in a moment. I have an annual financial statement of České dráhy, and I need to have it accessible for the employees, because they will have to be able to speak with the chatbot. And nowadays it's easy, because you will have cognitive services here. Look at that. Cognitive search, Azure search, or vision or language, and you can get described what this service sees there. And as you see, Azure service is one of the building blocks in the platform. And if I am more specific, you have got cloud-native components which you can use, and you will find them in the ecosystem interconnected. That means I don't need to play with AI outside of Azure, because Azure is a robust platform. It's the fundament which gives me the robustness and security and observability, regardless of whether I'm in India, in South America, North America, or anywhere. I need to actually stick by the local rules, but once I play with it in Azure, then I'm sure I can find it there. Of course, it's not the global brain, but you can actually modernize your application there nowadays. I'll show you a demo in a while. And this is one of the services I wanted to show to you. And we are speaking about AI. Now I'll ask my colleagues whether the search engine is visible. Can you, I have tried to share the screen. Yes, so you can see it. Well, this is the Azure portal. Some of the developers haven't seen it for a while. I'm not a programmer. I was dealing with it when at university. But here, this is the resource group. This is the sources which you need for an information system to be able to run. So those are virtual systems, computers and databases, etc. And this is an OpenAI demo to show you how I can deal with the data. Now I set up this service, research or search, an OpenAI service, AI service, titled AI search, and documents can be actually broken down to vectors, and then you can find what you need. And then I need to save the document somewhere, so I actually established storage cloud repository, storage, OpenAI storage repository. This is another window with the name Azure OpenAI Studio. This is a playground where we can play and use our models. So I'll try to implant this model here. I will actually establish the new deployment. I will actually pick a model, and we have a number of them, and you might have known them globally. GPT-3.5 Turbo, this is what I pick, and version 0125. Deployment type standard is enough. Deployment name demo CL2 and tokens, and now I've established it. This is the deployment model, GPT-3.123 Turbo. And what I have here, this is the playground for the chat. And you can register your account there as a business or as an individual, and then you get in it. And then I want to actually assign my data, the playground. So I have data sources here. I can use this storage or the documents here. Azure subscription. I'm not going to talk about it. I have the storage here, which I showed to you, and search. And this is the vector search, OpenAI. Great. That's okay. And the index name, index 2. Great. And now I will actually upload the document. I have a number of documents here. Demo, annual report. This is a big annual report of 230 something pages, 283 pages and 13 megabytes. It will take a while until it's uploaded, and it's been established in North America. Otherwise, we have it in Frankfurt as well, France as well, and Amsterdam as well. So I had to prepare everything, and now we see it. It will take some time. I'm asking whether I can use this much time, or should I stop it? Okay. And now I am showing to you a demo. That means that I will have data or documents, 200 documents, maybe uploaded, or terabyte data size, or if I am an energy utility or a bank and need for my employees something, I will establish this fast chatbot application, and I can use the right click, and I will actually use this deployed, and this web-based application will be only accessible for the internal employees or through something, and I will give them the chat, and the employees will ask, I'm new, where are bathrooms, could you tell me, or can I have a car, etc. So it seems that it's been uploaded. I have some message here that is not important. So I have some questions here as well. This was the first test for me. I tested it beforehand through another report of the National Accounting Institute. Okay, so those are the documents which have been uploaded, and now what has been actually established, that this was the supervisory board composition in 2023. And now I'll ask about the costs of passenger transport. And I will be given the document in 2023, the passenger transportation within the group of České dráhy amounted to 623 million of Czech crowns. And I can actually download the report with the data. So this was a demo, and I can make a mesh. I can combine it with videos, with pictures, OpenAI, etc. I can talk about it with AI. I can use it and save it in Treasure, and nobody sees it from the outside. That was the first demo, and I'll show you the presentation again. Once you use the application in a robust setting, you will have millions of people asking questions. Then the application principle is actually use the Azure Kubernetes service. Azure Kubernetes service. And if you don't want to have Azure Kubernetes inclination, then use the Azure apps. And this will be skipped by me. This was the demo. And Kubernetes, this is a platform used by OpenAI and ChatGPT or Xbox. And this is a tested, pressure-tested platform. And whenever we sit at home and it's raining cats and dogs, then it can be run. Or you will use Office and 365, etc. And there is a handful of case studies, but I'm not gonna use your time because we have some clients from the Czech Republic, and I wanted to show you how Azure modernized its services, and there is a digital system. It's a key system of theirs. And they have a web supervisor who actually manages the sources so that Azure services is a modern, up-to-date, and secure platform, and the clients can use the scalability, etc. There is a basket and SAP, because SAP use their platform in Azure. It's like a chassis, it's like a fundament for everything, and they were able to expand thanks to cloud. They could do that very fast. What they have today, they have got several terabytes of data, and they run it on Azure. And also O2, they modernize their systems. They have got more than 30 application tasks. For instance, the self-service application for O2 Teams. And infrastructure is really demanding. And there were 1,000 clients per second coming in, and they were able to scale up the capacity. And now 30% of spend is for ownership. So I'll stop it. I have some example to share with you, but I think my speaking time is up, and I could stay here for another hour, but of course there will be some other very exciting speakers. Thank you, Peter. Well, you are really courageous because you came with the live demo. Well, we have a question here. So, how far can I be sure that the data which I will have in cloud will be secure and also saved, and I will not lose them? Well, whether the data will be there. Well, if you save the data, then every byte in Azure is saved 3 times, and you don't need to pay for it. But you can, of course, do regional saving of the data. But if I am afraid that my data is probably not so securely saved, in Azure compared with other saving methods, this would be a discussion which I could lead with you. Because, of course, if you have backed up data in storage and think that this is a secure data, I had a son, 3-year-old, and he actually broke it, and my data was lost. But don't think that that would be the best. Okay, thank you. That was exhausting. Let me ask you. There was a demo, and you are actually sure that it works for you. Don't you want to prompt this demo? That means that you would actually also prompt how you control it? Yes. Well, we have a vision of how I can prompt everything from the Visual Studio. And we have a developer's environment, and I can ask this this purple cat. I have this purple cat behind me, and I have a command line in Azure, and I can prompt it. And this is a very nice user's environment, and you can do it through the code. And the vision by Microsoft actually shown a few months ago. And this is our vision, that we are able to control by voice the developer's environment, or to do anything by using our voice.
For instance, I am on Ibis Island on a beach, and with my telephone I say, do employ cluster and make cognitive service running, and inform the boss and send it to me. This is our vision, and I think we will put it into real practice very soon. I'm looking forward to it very much. It will help a lot. It will save time when searching in the menu. It will be very useful. Martin, do you have any other question to Peter? Yes, I do. One question. Peter demonstrated that all those tools, the more developed they are, the more mature and usability and simplicity they demonstrate. For those who haven't mastered yet using them, they do not feel motivated enough to use them. What would you recommend to them? The way you explain it today, it seems so easy, but for many people it doesn't seem easy. So how to get to it? It's a perfect question indeed. Whether you are a company or an individual, a student, the best way is to get Azure web page and to compose the menu of services, start playing with it. It's azure.com. Microsoft must approve your access to OpenAI. So do go there and start playing with it. Everything I showed you today, it's been documented on Microsoft web page. If you find it through Google search engine or whatever search engine, how to check my data with Azure OpenAI, you will get the instruction how to start working with it. Azure will enable you even for a couple of days to use the whole box. If you are a student, the period of free use is even longer. I have Visual Studio license, and under it I have 150 euro per month using Azure free of charge. So this is an easy way. Get to it, start playing, using it. Today we ended up a hackathon with a Bratislava company. We played with them. There were 75 people. We collected our ideas. We sat down in a room for 2 days, and we started playing with it. And when people then got back to their work stations, they already knew how they could make chatbots from the data they receive from their companies. I'm not a developer, but I am sure that a person who is used to work with these can learn it in really 2 days. And if we speak about more complex environments, it stops to be as easy as that. I would rather invite some specialist partner, but for a simple usage, it's really easy to start with. I would do it this way. For more complex environments, I would invite an advisor, I would create a competency center within the company and continue working with it more professionally. Thank you very much. It does seem that it is perhaps not so complex, and we could start working and programming with it. Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation, very much for your presence online. I can imagine it was not easy, so even more so, many thanks. Thank you for the opportunity. And now I will announce our break time. We are a bit in delay, but whenever we are delayed, we get more information to absorb, which is perfect, and we will meet again at 10:50 after the break. Thank you.
Ahoj, já jsem Jindra a pokud mi věnujete pár minut svýho času, ukážu vám, proč je fakt dobrý nápad jít studovat na Unicorn vysokou školu. A není to jen proto, že je hned za školou tenhle nádherný park. OK, vy co tušíte, jak to kolem školy vypadá, se teď asi smějete, protože zepředu to tak růžový není. Ale můžu vám slíbit, že než dostudujete, bude to krásný i tady. Ale pojďte dovnitř, tam je to super už teď. Do školy můžete přes den přijít kdykoliv. Je tu spousta místa pro samostudium, práci na společných projektech, nebo třeba i na pauzu na kafe. Tady zrovna probíhá přednáška o základech podnikání. A teď to teprve začne být zajímavý. Studovat můžete prezenčně přímo ve škole. Ahoj. A nebo online z pohodlí domova. Co z pohodlí domova? Studovat můžete třeba z parku. Nebo třeba z práce. Nebo klidně z dovolený. Ano, Petře, tam můžete studovat taky. V průběhu studia můžete jednotlivé formy měnit nebo kombinovat, takže když budete chtít třeba žít půl roku na Bali, stačí přejít na online studium a koupit letenku. Počkej, a na tohle dělat prostřih nebudeme, jo?
Stop! Dejte tam tu studentku.
Mimochodem, využít můžete taky program Work and Study. Získáte tak práci ve společnosti Unicorn a k tomu i stipendium. Skloubit práci a studium už nemůže být jednodušší.
A co všechno můžete na Unicornu vlastně studovat? V rámci bakalářských studijních programů si můžete zvolit buď softwarový vývoj nebo business management. V navazujících programech potom softwarové inženýrství nebo aplikovanou ekonomii. V rámci studií se můžete ale vzdělávat i mimo svůj obor, a to například na konferenci Unicorn University Open nebo na workshopech. A teď se leknete. A pokud chcete něco opravdu extra, můžete si udělat pilotní průkaz na vrtulník. Kromě Unicornu spolupracuje naše vysoká škola i s dalšími velkými hráči. Praxi tak můžete získat třeba v Microsoftu, CERNu, SAPu, Škodovce nebo v komerční bance. Naučíte se pracovat s JavaScriptem, Pythonem, Reactem, Figmou, Node.js, MongoDB a s umělou inteligencí. Základním stavebním kamenem studia je i moderní softwarová architektura firmy Unicorn. Studium na IT škole ale nemusí být zdaleka jenom o programování. Můžete se také naučit, jak řídit projekty, finance nebo třeba marketing. Jako vážně? A to jste věděli, že máme jedno z nejvyšších uplatnění studentů v republice? Tak co, přesvědčil jsem vás a chcete vědět, jak se přihlásit? Na Unicornu stačí podat přihlášku, následovat bude krátký online přijímací pohovor a když projdete, jste naši. Nebudeme testovat vaše znalosti. Ty vás naučíme. Zajímá nás vaše osobnost a motivace ke studiu. Tak na co ještě čekáte? Radši tu přihlášku podejte hned, ať na to nezapomenete. Tak co, dobrý, ne? to Vaško už nám fakt podá. To snad ještě lepší než být herec, co?
Unicorn Systems is a leading provider of enterprise IT solutions and services. We focus on delivering high added value to our customers. We assist them to prosper in the upcoming digital age. European energy companies use our standard products and the architecture to trade gas and electricity, run the markets, and operate power grids safely and efficiently. Our solutions are building a single European energy market and decreasing the carbon footprint of our economy. With the information systems that we develop, banks take care of their clients and lend and invest money. Insurance companies use our software solutions to settle claims, detect fraud, and pay commissions. Manufacturing companies use our software to manage the production of cars and machinery. Merchants use our solutions to sell their goods all over the world. In geoinformatics, our solutions are used to monitor assets, prioritize repairs, and manage field maintenance teams. Leveraging our experience in IT and knowledge of specific business domains, we build standard products that meet even the most demanding requirements of our clients and are ready for quick deployment. We implement business products and technology of our partners to deliver solutions for retail trading, foodstuff processing, or asset management. We deliver not only the IT systems, but also comprehensive IT services. We are experts in the cloud, security, IT training, and consultancy. We're able to deliver in the cloud, on-premise, or as a service in Plus for You ecosystem. Our experts and even whole teams help to integrate, develop, and operate the IT landscape of our customers. The largest and leading companies, as well as small and medium-sized enterprises, are among our customers. Unicorn Systems is a long-term provider of quality solutions and services to our customers. This fact is confirmed by references from over 400 major companies from 30 countries, and we appreciate each one of them. Our clients and users paid us over 4 billion Czech crowns for our solutions, products, and services in 2023. We're proud to serve them as their reliable IT partner and never fail their trust. Unicorn, software everywhere.
Unicorn University, tenkrát to vlastně byla Unicorn College ještě, jsem se rozhodnul studovat, protože jsem znal Unicorn a dozvěděl jsem se, že bude otvírat svou vysokou školu, že tam bude kladený důraz na spojení praxe a studia. Tak kdo by to řekl, shodou okolností jsem se při škole dostal na part-time do Unicornu, konkrétně do Unicorn Systems, kde jsem dělal práci marketingového editora, takže jsem měl na starosti přípravu novinek na web, přípravu newsletterů. Provázanost Unicornu jako firmy, jako školy hodnotím pozitivně. Je to vlastně, nebo byl to vlastně jeden z těch hlavních důvodů, proč jsem si tu školu vybral. Ať už se to týká studia samotného, kdy nás vlastně učili jak klasický vyučující, tak lidi z praxe, přímo z Unicornu nebo z jiných firm. A potom samozřejmě i ta možnost práce jak při škole, tak práce potom dál po škole, kdy jsem v Unicornu pokračoval. Aktuálně pracuji na pozici Operations Manager v rámci Unicorn vysoké školy, pod kterou vlastně spadá jak Unicorn University, tak Unicorn Publishing, tak Top Gun Academy, vlastně naše interní vzdělávání, a mám tam na starosti zdroje, takže majetek, lidi a především finance. Moje kariérní cesta zpátky na Unicorn University byla trochu klikatá. Po dostudování bakaláře na Unicorn University jsem pokračoval v magisterském studiu a při škole jsem dál pracoval na part-time v Unicorn Systems a následně po dokončení magisterského studia jsem nastoupil už na plný pracovní úvazek a měl jsem na starosti řízení projektů návrhu grafického uživatelského rozhraní. Po pár letech jsem ještě se vydal na zkušenou mimo Unicorn do oboru gastra a hotelnictví v rámci rodiny provozujeme v Orlických horách hotel s restaurací a ten jsem asi 6 let vedl a řídil, až letos přišla nabídka zpátky z Unicornu. Já si myslím, že na Unicorn University by měli jít lidi studovat proto, že ta škola pořád nabízí to, co nabízela už od samého začátku. To je to propojení praxe a studia. A především taky ta škola umožňuje velmi flexibilní způsoby studia, což třeba za mě nebylo, ale dneska je možný studovat při práci, ať už v nějaké kombinované formě, tak v plně online formě studia, kdy vlastně člověk nemusí už v dnešní době u některých programů vlastně od zápisu až po promoci do té školy vůbec nikdy přijít. Zvládne všechno vystudovat online, může u toho pracovat, může u toho cestovat, může studovat v angličtině. Takže to jsou věci, které na našem trhu nenabízí žádná jiná škola. Přijďte studovat k nám a uvidíte, že si to nevymýšlím.
Jsi mrtvý.
Ale to tam nedáte.
Unicorn Publishing is a digital publishing house focused on creating accessible and engaging content for children, students, and the general public. It is dedicated to shaping the future through digital education with unique and interesting educational materials. It strives to eliminate traditional educational barriers, making learning more accessible, engaging, and effective worldwide. Our content is shared in courses, books, and video podcasts, and the materials are divided into several specialized editions, like the Unicorn Top Gun Academy Edition, Harris Hawk Edition, Unicorn University Edition, or Red Monster Edition, in which courses are designed to explain and help students understand the school curriculum in a fun, intensive manner. The whole portfolio is complemented by artificial intelligence, which helps students learn faster and more effectively. Also, we specialize in creating custom study materials for our partners and customers. Custom content creation is adapted to the unique needs of the companies and provides valuable resources to enhance the knowledge and skills of their employees or customers. Embracing the Education 4.0 concept, Unicorn Publishing assists schools in becoming more efficient, reducing costs, and adopting modern teaching methods. They actively engage with the educational community, organizing webinars and attending conferences to discuss modern education and AI with participation from over 1,000 educators. This approach solidifies their position as a leader in transforming the educational landscape, emphasizing the importance of digital innovation in learning. Lancelot, all you need for energy trading. Energy transformation is accelerating. In pursuing energy independence and carbon neutrality, Europe is bound to minimize the share of fossil energy sources and, in a longer period, to abandon them entirely. In electricity generation, the number of large fossil power plants is declining, while the share of renewable but volatile energy sources is increasing. The resulting stress in the grid makes flexibility more valuable than power itself. New market participants, like flexibility aggregators, are entering the market and more competition can be seen. More sophisticated tools are necessary as the trading periods shorten. New, close to real-time markets emerge, opening a great potential of additional incomes to those who are ready. Energy crisis changed the energy market. The importance of energy independence was revealed, and the behavior of the market players has changed. Construction of new electricity sources became crucial. Gas routes completely switched from east to west. LNG became dominant, and hydrogen is now seen as an essential energy carrier of the future. Within a single year, the market was turned upside down. We believe that the old ways of trading are just not enough. It is time to leave the old ways behind and switch to more agile, automated, and efficient energy trading solutions. And at the forefront of this new era of energy trading is Unicorn, a leader in cutting-edge IT solutions for the energy markets. Lancelot Platform delivers customizable solutions for energy traders, offering AI-driven analytics and real-time insights. Supporting anytime granularity, it's prepared for upcoming 15-minute trading intervals. As a secure, cloud-based platform, Lancelot is easily deployable for all market players. Lancelot Platform is a comprehensive suite of collaborating products that support all energy markets, commodities, power reserves, or flexibility products. But Lancelot is more than just a platform. It is a complex solution designed to meet the unique needs of energy traders. With its advanced AI-based computational engine, traders can leverage the power of machine learning and data science to make better decisions and to increase profits. With Lancelot ETRM, energy traders can manage all their trading activities from a single platform, integrating multiple data sources and automating complex workflows. This allows for faster and better decision-making and risk management in an industry that now becomes close to real time. Lancelot ETRM is a state-of-the-art software, from trade capture and portfolio management to risk analysis and compliance reporting. Lancelot ETRM has everything energy traders need to succeed. With its advanced algorithms and AI-based data analysis, Lancelot FMS Forecast Management System enables you to precisely predict energy prices, system imbalance, load and consumption forecasts, or production of renewable energy sources, empowering you to make the right trading decisions. Another product in the Lancelot family is Lancelot Hub, a cutting-edge cloud service that provides energy traders with precise data and analytics that serve as a reliable foundation for their decision-making. With its advanced algorithms, Lancelot Hub, for example, calculates precise forward curves, giving traders unparalleled insights into market trends and forecasts. Whether you are a seasoned energy trader or just starting out, Lancelot Hub is
Good morning, welcome back. I hope you've had a good break because there's another block of interesting lectures. The first one will describe a specific case, a specific way how to implement a large system. It will be delivered by David Kimre and Miloš Vodrážka from Unicon. They will present us a certain construction toolkit for creating digital twin. Miloš Vodrážka was taken by some business obligations, so he just passed over his part of the presentation to us. Don't worry, you may raise your questions to both of them. Good morning also from me. It's a big honor for me that I've been invited to participate in University Open again on the topic of information systems, and I was allowed to share with you my view and experience what's been built up in this field. Let me start from the beginning. We tend to say that every company, every society must cover two basic processes in order to be running. There are 5 basic ones: strategy, in order to know what to do, marketing, sales, long-term customer care, and production, of course. And in order for those to run, there must be a proper management, there must be expansion and development department. The company has to take care of people, finance, property and know-how, and it also must have a certain digital system, a digital twin, and therefore this department of support. How to create digital twins? There are 3 possible approaches you can meet with. The first one presumes that there will be some large IT system that will bring support to all departments, whether it's for 7 or 12, doesn't matter, because in every method of enterprising, in every process, you will find disciplines that together create the complex. This approach has its advantages, such as, for instance, user has just one solution that looks the same everywhere. There's always the same login, and orientation, navigation through is easier. Disadvantage of such a solution is that if a company needs just a subset of the solution, often it's not possible. And therefore, running such a thing may be quite expensive from the point of view of IT technologies. So what if we change our approach and we provide ourselves with some independent applications for individual processes? And we will leave support just for some of them. So sometimes you may address online services. You buy them only where you need them, so you do not spend too much. You pay just for what you actually use. It's in cloud, so it's easily scalable. If it's in use by one team and suddenly there are 100 teams use it, you do not have to see it as a problem. You just extend your license commitment. But there are some disadvantages. There are several logins, although you can integrate them through providers, for instance. Applications support different users, and if you assign what an application should do, you will have to look into email, into Troll, and in some other applications, searching for individual tasks that together create workload of a given worker. So what about if we combine those two approaches, creating a third one, creating a certain digital construction set, having smaller independent applications, but putting them together so that they appear as a single IT system, easily traceable for every user, so a certain Lego type of system. If you look at Lego, there are 7 types of bondings. There is this protrusion and a hole on the other side, or there are Lego techniques, some special tricks, pulleys or elastics. But if you look at it in detail, you will find out that there are just some principles, and you can build up whatever you wish with using just some components. And we try to do exactly the same with information system. Our architecture supports this intention. The basic bond that connects your pieces, digital pieces that serve either the units or functions, are those ones. The first one is identity, that it's always the same and goes across the functions from the point of view of the individual. Then you need the perspective of the company that is divided into organizational units or teams or tribes or projects, doesn't matter. The principle is always similar. A certain group of people who co-work, they must have accesses to a certain set of data, set of services, and typically they do not have access to other units. In other words, they get where they are supposed to go and they do not get to where they are forbidden to go. But if you have some 15 of them, it may become a bit more complicated, and therefore we stay with the principle that we need just one hierarchy that allocates rights and accesses to users. You can run through this hierarchy very easily. Most of our presentation will be in the form of a demo. The third view is the user's one. Whatever the user is doing, I mean finance, HR, project management, planning, programming, manufacturing, whatever, it's preferable that there is just one stop shop for the user, so that all tasks per week, per day, per month are gathered in one single place and the user can easily navigate through. What it needs that application sends so-called activities in a same format, and second prerequisite that there is a workspace, a virtual workspace, where a person who works in different departments, it can be even a person from another company, that this is a place where the person sees all her tasks and doesn't need to look into, I don't know, 3-4 calendars solving individual meetings. You also need a sufficient offer of applications, these small individual applications. Without them, you will not manage. If you have just one Lego piece, 4 by 4, you will not bind a lot. You will not build creations that need other pieces. So there is so-called application catalog that covers all those 12 processes, and if you have it, you need to have the view of users, I mean user interface, that doesn't follow individual applications, but it does follow tasks and services a user must have access to, so that it's composable. Last but not least, what you can click out, you must also be able to automate it. So you need an API and automation with coding, ciphering, or, for instance, with the help of AI.
It's called business territory. It is accessible through Plus4U net as a service, and you can use the individual parts which will cover your digital twin in your organization, or just small parts. And it is, of course, accessible, and it is possible to use it as an on-premise installation or as a service, online service, cloud service. So you have got application catalog here, and I can show you this catalog live. And now we are there, and you can see the range of offer, which is huge. You can get an application for basically anything. And when you put it all together with all those applications, then the user will have all those capabilities in his or her workspace, and you have got the calls, meetings, and everything you need for your work. I want to show you, and that's why I'd like to ask Miroš Vodrážka, the business territory head, to show you together with me, and together with Experience Business Studio, we would actually show you their digital twin, and it will be live demo. This is a user experience designer company. That means that they design the user environment and all those graphic features. And this is what it looks like. It's fairly actually clear, fairly simple. There are those customer experience, graphic design, user experience, and other features. We are not gonna show you everything, but this will be the user experience demo. Hello from me as well, and I will build on what David has been saying, and this is the experience design production. What we see is the business territory, as David has said. We have got a structure, and we see those orga sets, and we have got those files, and we've got user experience files, for instance, and we will show you this. And we can manage finance, management, and access rights and all other things which have to do with my production. For instance, secondary support to my customers, and also work of my team in the application and sprints. Those are not files. No, they are not files. You're right. You're correct. Looking at those items, what we see here is the application object, and then another application object, user experience, USLS. Show us. Okay, this is the secondary support, and what you see, what the user can do is the clients can do this issue, and we can actually assess the severity and priority, and then we solve the customers' or clients' problems. And all applications are set up with by components. Those are the building blocks of Lego. Okay, this is old school a bit. I would say, can we not do it a bit better, smarter? Yeah, it is a bit old school, this access. So what we would need is to have an information system with a portal, and we can put it together with these components, and we see this product and services and short-time support through SLS request, and I can send it as an issue, or long-time support where we actually address contracts. And I can show you how we can actually change this information system, this port. If we want a long-time support before short-time support, then we can move it. And if we want to give customers more information about our item, about our products, then we can open a component catalog. And that shows us components. Those are the Lego pieces, and we can put them all together, and this will be our information system, our portal. And I will put color blocks here. And what I can do is I can change the color, and I can type what our products are about. This is the easy part. And now what we need is we need to know our org structure. We have a component here where we see the rights and the who can actually access our component. And what we see is that the general manager is the responsible role, Adam Bečiště. Okay, could we see a picture? I liked the diagram you showed us in your presentation. Also possible. Looking at the presentation, there is a log, and if I actually show you, this is the component which I can change, but I can also copy it here, and then we go back to the portal, and then we will insert it in front before this component. So I insert it in here. Okay, and we could click on the user experience, and then it would run on the portal, but we don't have the time for it. Okay, but we haven't changed the picture, but we have it in there. And fast, we have finances here as well, finance management, and those are components from the management accounting. So let's take a look at the outlook, and if we want to compare it with the real situation, and we want to see the cash flow of the item and the budget of the item, we can also compare it with the real time situation. And those are not pictures, those are live data. Exactly, they are behind it. And the last bookmark, this is management, and we put the sprint log component, so we know what we have there and who addresses it and what it looks like. And we also have a bookmark for SLS issue, and I haven't filled it out intentionally because we actually started this support. And this is the issue overview. Okay, that means that is from the portal. Exactly, and then you click on it and then you can... This is the information system component. And that's not all. We want to put the overview of the item activities and business territory. Those are the activities. We can actually send tasks to each other, and they are connected to applications, and we can use them within applications. We want to see what it looks like with the item. So let's look for the activity overview. Okay, we have got roughly 600 components within the applications. Yes. And what we see here is that this item is addressing 320 activities, and this is the overdue activities, 24 of them. So this is one way how we can actually use the system. How about automation? Could we test AI? Yes, we have our AI assistant, and let's take a look at it. And we might be interested in financial results. So let's type show financial results of user experience. Okay, we were showing some components which were already in it on the portal. Yes, now we are looking at the component which will actually visualize those financial results. We have got more of them within user experience. So it's the first one, user experience. But this is another component. This is a nice one, compact. And it shows you components, right? Yes, AI speaks in components and understands components. Okay, we put it in the finances bookmark. Okay, and we will insert it in here. This is a different one. No, it's the same. But this component will recognize how many data can be shown. Okay. And what I need is this management view. Okay, let's do it this way. Visual, area, or box. We can do it in the box tab. Okay, that's the same component as within AI. Okay, but do you have to write it in English? No, AI understands Czech as well and other languages. So let's write moje úkoly in Czech, my tasks. Okay, I don't need to type it. I can actually, I can use my voice for commands. Show my tasks in Czech, zobraz moje úkoly. And now we have been given components, and they show us within digital workspace these tasks. Okay, this is part of the chat, and I can actually take it then, and I can somehow use it. And then it would show in this form as here in the chat. And if you look at it, then you will see your tasks. They know your identity. And Adam Vyčiště is the manager, so can we ask about his tasks? Okay, show the tasks of the user, Adam Vyčiště. Okay, he's the second one because he has his picture there. Okay, so you're a consultant for the system implementation, right? And AI respects the organigram and also the access rights. Exactly. Your credentials are important everywhere. What can we actually show here? Well, the assistant can show us more than what the item shows us. Okay, courses, educational courses. Have you gone to any courses recently? Yes, we can see. Show the recent lesson I went to. Okay, and this has been the course which I participated yesterday in. And how come you can chat with the portal? But could we use AI within the portal? Sure, we could. They are all components, they are all Lego pieces. So we can copy them, those components, and there's the team there somewhere, right? So can we put it before this team, in front of the team? Well, I'm just joking. Of course, we appreciate your work, but AI will support your potential. Okay, AI is the member of the team. That means that within the portal you can chat with AI, yeah, and they know the chat history as well. Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how we address the system and the digital twin within Plus4U net. I hope you enjoyed the experience, and let's see each other next time.
Thank you for having shown us the pre-recorded presentation, but David Gilmer is here. So I allow myself a question. So you work on it already, you compose it already in order to get the digital twin? Yes, the AI told us that Thursday morning the AI is rather crumpy, so we were addressed with the question, what about a different date? You can ask whatever in 130 languages, even thanks to Microsoft. I must also praise Peter's technology, Peter's effort. So it answers in the language of our interface, user interface. It answers about components, and it would be able, I mean AI would be able to construct the whole system itself. And I appreciated when you but there was this complaint, you do not have access rights. I suppose that this is always tracked down. What are the access rights? Yes, one of business 6 elements is business architecture and access rights. When we put the component on the portal, we included it into organizational unit, and then the access rights are automatically read. So it gives you automatically the answer whether you are authorized or not to access. Theoretically, I could also ask, what about if I ask for the access right? Yes, you can do that. In fact, it does that already, AI. I would like to ask David, it's already 5 years when here in Unicorn University, they presented Unicorn application framework. It included cloud architecture and other things, and we can see now that there are exactly the right time to incorporate AI into it. It is already, and if you ask me whether it shouldn't be in the title, that AI boosted technology perhaps it would be worth it to put it in the title. We will discuss it with our marketing. I liked very much this transfer from read text into a verbal, spoken text. Do you think it's a trend that we will rather speak to the assistants than to type it? It extends our possibilities. Let me give you an example. When I go to a meeting, when I'm still in the car driving, I use my phone, and from the car I dictate minutes, a report of the meeting. And I would like to have this feature to this year, so that Lucka doesn't know about it. I use it, this voice service. Of course, I then have to review the report, but Lucka is so perfect that there's usually just one mistake, 2 mistakes. So if we can use this hat, let's say artificial hat, for some more sophisticated task, it would be an added value, but it doesn't mean that it will be always verbal instead of typed. Another question. When you showed us application or component catalog, user chooses in. What about if I ask AI if it could propose a new component? Does it have this information? We plan this to be done in the future. And as a matter of fact, AI without the data would be just helpless. So today, AI understands automation and what power users or programmers can do. I mean, click different processes. AI can learn it also and automate other analogic things. But when you ask about components, AI is able to compose components, but if you give the data to it, I am sure that all or most of components, AI will be able to compose them. But since these are new systems, and we must be very careful about security, so that user gets to where she is authorized to get, and vice versa, not to get into where it is not authorized. And until AI is firmly believed that it cannot violate these things, we will not let it go into these new features. However, Vašek Špáňa said one important thing. The future of ERP systems are composable component systems, and it's great to see that you in Unicorn you have a system that is fully composable, component-based, so you do follow the current trends. Well, I would even say that we are co-creators of trends. We lack time, so we have to end up, but I liked when you asked Miloš, what was my most recent lecture or course I studied. We do use this at our university. What would you recommend to me for my further studies? What would you recommend me? That is also a question we could address to AI. This is quite a good idea because AI knows my life cycle, life career development. Yes, it knows your career development, your work position, and when speaking about corporate education, it knows your knowledge field, your competencies. It may know the results of your previous tests, but who knows, it could bring you some headache if it tells you all you should study. Yes, and it will probably know that I had a specific problem with an integral equation. Yes, and at the same time, when I ask it, since I am not in the hierarchy structure authorized to look at competencies of others, it will not allow me. We could continue speaking for hours, but we do not have time. AI is calling Miloš back, and and David. So I'm looking forward to our future occasions and your future presentations. Thank you very much for having invited me. We thank you. Thanks for the presentation, and we will pass to the following one. It will be online. It will be Michal Suva from SAP, and he will speak about a slightly different system. I mean, solution delivered by SAP. Are we connected? Can you hear us, see us? Yes, I can hear you, and I hope you do as well. Well, the floor is yours. Esteemed participants to the conference, allow me to present you the solution of SAP. My name is Michal Suva. I'm representative of SAP in the Czech Republic. I will try to make you acquainted with cloud solution in the following 20 minutes and some consequences of this solution. In view of the fact that there are also students among your audience and not everybody knows SAP in the Czech Republic, allow me to present you shortly SAP. I hope it will not be long and still it will be useful. What do we do? How do we fulfill our objectives? We are the world's largest provider in Europe, in USA. We have a headquarters in Germany. There are some 100,000 co-workers or more, and we cooperate with Apple, Microsoft, and other companies that do use our products. Concerning our portfolio, we have 26 industries covered with our solutions, and I'm going to speak to you today about them, about Grow and Rise, and incorporation of our products into strategies of the company. In 1972, we were established as a company. That's our valued legacy. We've been working on optimization of processes for over 50 years, trying to deliver to our customers solutions that are functional. In 1992, first SAP on the server client R3 in use by many of our clients still today. In 2015, we presented 4 HANA database, which is a database operational memory working with a larger accessibility of data, still very much focused on customers. Last year, in 2023, we presented the product Business AI. It's an integration of AI features into our products. We incorporated AI in our solutions, which helps users very effectively. This is direct integration into SAP. SAP in the Czech Republic, we've been in here since 1992. In 1995, we opened a lab. In 2005, a center. We have a headquarters in Prague, and In Prague, there are SAP services. In Brno, there are laboratories. All together, more than 3,000 employees in the Czech Republic. We are the second biggest employee population in EMEA outside of Waldorf. We are the fifth largest location worldwide. And we have more than 100 nationalities. More than 50% of them are expats. So, when speaking about the Czech Republic and the package GROW with SAP, imagine you are a customer and you want to deploy a solution that will increase your business, your expansion abroad, introducing new products on the market, new business models. So you can use SAP for all those objectives. Or you are struggling with different disturbances on the market, then sorry, Michael, we have a slight technical problem. Seems that your connection is not ideal. The sound is very broken. Could you deconnect and reconnect again? Hopefully it could improve the quality. I'm really sorry to interrupt the presentation, but in order to provide to our listeners the best possible input, we will try to improve the quality of sound. In the meantime, let me remind you this chance to raise your questions on web page, and our presenters, including Michael, will answer them. So you are encouraged to ask whatever you want to ask. Then there is also the possibility to give us a feedback, and in the meantime you can fill it, forming some general question. Any feedback is really useful for us.
David, before Michael reconnects, I would like to say that what I like about the presentations is that they look into the future of the ERP systems, but the common denominator is AI systems. It's like being at a conference titled AI. Well, I have recognized that many conferences actually focus on AI. We recently have been to a energy conference, and they were also speaking about AI tools for energy supply. So it is a hype curve. It's a hype, yeah. Everybody speaks about it, and what I expect is next time, even if we were to speak about marketing, we will be touching upon AI, controlling marketing strategies, but everybody has got used to it. Well, of course. We actually work with AI even in schools every day, and it will be used more and more. And we saw what David was saying. Business chat actually is underpinned by AI. And we need to get to know the competencies. And Michal will be speaking about it. Is Michal back? Has he reconnected? Can we hear him? Yes. I switched off my video in order to make the quality of my audio better. Yeah, now it's much better. Okay, great. Well, let me speak about things which might our clients struggle with. And then under item 3, I'd like to mention possible issues with automation or lacking transparency, where we need more systems for corporate administration, or a number of manual processes when data will be written manually. Or another topic is security. We have got concern that in the cloud data could be actually stolen. I think we have covered that quite well. Our CEO mentioned it, saying that according to our survey, systems are hacked if they are managed by the clients in their server centers, compared with the system, cloud-based systems administered by SAP. Let's have a brief look at the advantages specifically. First of all, let's talk about simplification, and I will speak about advantages about our interfaces and how we work with the system. User interface. This is our solution, which uses the so-called Fiori, and that is optimized to work on all devices. You can work from the office or on a mobile device, on a tablet, or even on a smartwatch. You can work in an agile way, and sometimes whenever it's about actually releasing something, then you can be very mobile. Then we have integrated it with Microsoft Teams. This is quite recent. We have still been developing it. You see this as share as chat, share as tab, and share as card. That means that you can communicate through Teams. You don't need to copy and paste through SAP, but you can just use the share as card and communicate with the colleagues very fast and solve assignments and work on assignments and make it easier. As for AI, we have got Joule, our AI assistant, who works only for our selected customers. And that will be actually expanded, rolled out for more customers who use our cloud solutions as of August. And this AI assistant will be used as ChatGPT you might be used to. That means he will be chatting, helping in chatting, and the user will not be able to ask things which are outside of the system. But let me share an example. You want to have a PO processed, or you want to account for something, then there will be some specific tasks done through this chat assistant named Joule. You will not be able to go into the transactions inside and look for data. That means you need to get some data from the system, you need to find them, and you will have a transaction, a deal. You need to know where the data is. Then Joule will be helping you in actually finding the data for you. We cooperate with partners. It's not a purely SAP solution. The partners are IBM and others. You see them here on the slide. If you want to get some courses, some education in this area, which is SAP Business AI. There is a learning pathway. There are cost-free courses where you can participate in and you can get accustomed to how to work with AI within SAP. I've mentioned the chat assistant, Joule. The advantages are clear, and since you will be communicating with the assistant, you don't need much know-how, or you don't need to make any reports. That will be done for you by Joule. And of course, you know the experience with the data management, and Joule will be actually tapping on it. Let me say a few words about grow your business or grow with SAP. If your company wants to manage finances in SAP, if you provide services, or if you are a manufacturing operation, then all these areas can be covered by this. The basis, of course, is accounting, sales and purchase, but we also can have a non-primary system where you will have financial data managed somewhere else, and we can manage the manufacturing or the service-centric scope if you actually provide services such as subscription. Netflix, O2, if O2 provides internet, or if Vodafone provides mobile services, or if you buy through App Store an application and you pay a monthly fee, then we have for those customers an inbuilt solution without them needing to actually have some complicated things above SAP. We have sell anything as a service solution. This will be for service companies who can provide different bundles of services, and they can be even historically sold. It used to be very complicated, and service providers had to have a special stream, extra stream for those services. SAP can put together a bundle and make it easier for any new business models. And that's why our customers can respond to ever-changing needs in the markets. Any other benefits and advantages provided by SAP? Let me say that we have got 33 languages, 59 local versions. What does it mean? We support 33 language versions. That means you can get it in Czech, in Slovak, and in those countries for which we don't have any language support, or for instance, in Switzerland, there might be different host of languages. We can offer a system that is adapted to the legislation of a country given. In the Czech Republic, we have got, for instance, controlling reports or accounting reports. This is the last part of my presentation, which I'd like to explain, or where I would like to mention the benefits of what we offer to our clients if they use our products. What we can offer in cloud, we can actually start the product in the cloud within months or even weeks. It depends. How do we do that? We first actually do the so-called digital discovery. That is a discovery of what the company has and does, and we base it on the so-called best practice. We look for the best practices relevant for our potential clients, and then later on, we compare the status quo and best practices, and we look for disproportions. We actually call it look and find analysis. Most of clients who want to use cloud services, they actually acknowledge those best practice approaches because they might improve their processes, which might not be always efficient. As for implementation of the product, that is very easy. And then we set the system based on the best practices, which will be activated in the system, and then we fine-tune it to the needs of the client. The cloud solution, of course, wants a standardized product, but if a client has got some exceptional needs, then we have the so-called business technology platform. This is a developing platform where SAP can be further developed. SAP is extra, and then there will be this developing platform for the client's development.
Support and these features, it runs for half a year, and then automatically there is an upgrade for a new SAP version. The client doesn't have to bother. In here, I would like to select how integrations are done and in what way these system modifications are done. We are based on best practices, then we do solution configuration. After automation, this is a standard setting. We do that with every client. Then there is a build customer task. Customers can train their own workers and use SAP build platform, which enables them to develop applications without necessary knowledge of programming, just using the principle of setting in graphical interface. While for those who want a development that would be more complex, then AI-driven extension plus analytics are applied. We've preferred more than 700 APIs. Our system is easily connectable with other systems, which is an advantage. For instance, if a client uses several systems, doesn't want to change it, has an ecosystem that is more comprehensive and needs to be linked to other systems, and the client doesn't want to replace the current systems by new ones, even in the future he may do it. So this is a pre-setting we can offer. These are our references. I chose two from the Czech Republic. The first from the company GasNet. With this company, we deployed S/4HANA in cloud already in 2022. Let me present the company GasNet. It's the administrator company of a gas network. After it's been acquired by an investment group, they struggled with an issue. They needed to exchange their system, the original system, and GasNet, since the company owns the distribution network, the level of complexity of this solution was very high. Despite that, they opted for our solution, and I would like to underline that the migration went well. It was a total success. The client is happy. We did manage to migrate assets in the order of tens of millions Czech crowns into our SAP, and the client also fulfilled its objective of zero emissions. Please let me run now my video, which contains the GasNet reference. I think that support was important, support by product team. We participated in the development of the functionality. There was an interaction, and we had a chance to ensure that it would end up well. What about the day D? How was it? I would say it went better than we had expected. So you've just watched our unfiltered Q&A video, one of these, dialogue with management of a client. It was Mrs. Mala from GasNet. And let me continue with the second reference, is the company Draslovka, that produces hydrogen cyanide products. It's a Czech company, and they needed to expand abroad since they had successful acquisitions on the American market. And for this expansion, they needed a new system. They finally chose S/4HANA SAP product, and the main reason why they chose this was our experience with warehouse products storing and reliability of our system. Please let us show the second video, second reference. We are a European company. SAP is controlling Europe. That's why we chose it. What a intervention was it for the company? Enormous, and it's still an enormous change. I will not hesitate to boast myself. We are at 8592 of SAP standard by now. So you've seen the second reference from the series Unfiltered Q&A. If you want to see the full version of these two conversations, each lasts about 45 minutes. So one relates to GasNet, the other one to Draslovka, and for sure we will expand the portfolio of those conversations. You can find it either through this Q&A code or on Spotify. Thank you very much for your attention, for your time, and if there are any questions, here I am. Thank you very much, Michael, for your contribution, also for your flexibility when you reconnected to us. I liked very much the development of SAP. I mean, to this new appearance, the new features. I remember still legacy, I mean, tables and these things. Now when I see SAP Fiori or for HANA SAP, it looks as a very complex system by now. I agree. What we do is following the pathway of searching through Google. We want to adapt ourselves to modern trends, no memorizing transactions, which some our historical clients still remember. Let me relate to one question that concerned cloud from a previous presentation. Co-pilot Joel, how do we provide the data for it? How it's solved from the point of view of security? Concerning saving data, Joel is trained on SAP data, of course, and on our clients' data that proof given access to. So Joel works always with the given client data. We've been training this model on anonymous data now. But to be honest, I do not know what client's data is used. I suppose that it's being divided. It goes to specific clients through specific channels. I couldn't resist to ask you, although I expected your answer. Creating these bundles, it seemed to me so interesting. You create a bundle informing that will be the way how we will sell in advance. Do you think appropriate bundles could be predicted so that using a specific analytics, you create a specific bundle? I think it will be a perfect task for SAP Joule. The co-pilot should be able to do it. But let's get surprised in August. I do agree that it's not an easy task, it's rather a complex one, and the final word must go to a representative of the company, because indeed it's up to the company to decide in here. But there can be different alternatives, such as that, for instance, if you combine this and that, it could give you good results, depending on what you've already gathered as results. I liked very much this opportunity in your presentation. Martin, before I announce the next break, I would like to ask you, Michael, indeed, what would you recommend to all future prospective clients of SAP who want to get away from the standard? In the last referential video, we heard that this company was already in more than 90% in line with SAP standard. What about those who want to decline, deviate from the standard? I would say the need is not so frequent as it may have looked at the beginning. There are many clients who come reaching us thinking that their needs cannot be covered by the standard form. But when we cut off the above standard requirements, we usually get down to the standard. I would even say that every company can be transformed using best practices, although sometimes it needs a process effort of different managers and key users. So different clients are afraid of something like that. I understand. Sure. So we are now in lack of time. Thank you very much again for your very interesting presentation. It was the right fit for our agenda. And once more, thank you for having reconnected so that the quality of our sound got better. Thank you very much. And now, indeed, there will be break. Again, we are in a slight delay. We wanted to provide you with all information our presenters had on heart, so we will restart at 11:10.
Unicorn University is a modern institution with an emphasis on the latest IT technologies, data analytics, AI, and business practices. Our study programs are designed to offer flexibility, encourage student self-expression, and foster personal growth. Unicorn University stands as a hub for learning modern technologies and their practical application. the university offers 2 bachelor degree programs in software development and business management, and 2 master degree programs focused on data analysis and data science. In 2023, Unicorn University reached a significant milestone, having more than 1,000 international students in accredited programs. Since 2019, students may join fully online study programs, enabling them to study anytime and anywhere. Now, it is really easy to combine studies, work, and family. Besides standard education, Unicorn University is also providing commercial education to both individuals and companies with a focus on trainings, academies, and retaining courses. This year, an expansion of the education portfolio by micro-credentials is bringing new opportunities for upskilling and reskilling of key professionals. Unicorn University provides research in AI, data analysis, and data science in cooperation with Unicorn University Research Center, CERN, and leading technology and business partners. Unicorn University does not forget about the general public. Programming courses for our youngest, called We Can Code, are organized twice a year, and the renowned Unicorn University Open Conference reached participation of over 7,000 registered attendees. At Unicorn University, we're not just shaping careers, we're empowering individuals to thrive in the rapidly evolving environment of technology and business.
Ahoj, volám sa Tomáš Petráš. V Unicorne pracujem ako projektový manažér. Riadím vývoj nad našou platformou Damas, ktorú využíva prevádzkovateľ elektrickej prenosovej sústavy na Slovensku, a vďaka jednému z projektov na tejto platforme bude možné v rámci Európy prenášať viac elektriny za celkovo nižšie náklady. Do Unicornu som nastúpil pred 11 rokmi ešte ako študent. Vtedy som začínal ako tester a podielal som sa na projekte vývoja bankovej pobočkovej platformy, tiež pomáhal s rozvojom internetového bankovníctva. V priebehu spolupráce som si prešiel aj pozíciou analytika, ale obrovská kariérna výzva prišla až s nástupom na pozíciu projektového manažéra. V pomerne krátkom čase som sa naučil veľa činností nielen v projektovom riadení, ale tiež som si rozšíril znalosti v oblasti energetiky. Som rád, že mi Unicorn dal takú príležitosť a teším sa na ďalšie výzvy, ktoré ma čakajú.
Flexigy, the key to the world of flexibility aggregation. European energy transformation is constantly accelerating. In the pursuit of energy independence and climate neutrality, the amount of electricity produced from fossil fuels is being reduced. Transportation is heading towards electrified fossil-free future too. In the electricity generation, the number of classic controllable coal and nuclear power plants is declining across the entire European grid, while the share of intermittent solar and wind resources is increasing fast. Moreover, the electrification of transportation and heating may cause even more stress in the system. To maintain the security of electricity supply, the role of electricity storage and flexibility becomes crucial. In connection with the decentralization of generation, the conditions in the grid are getting more and more volatile. The way production and consumption are controlled is changing. Everything is happening faster, in shorter time intervals, or even in real time. Data and communication become equally important as energy itself. New markets are emerging, and one of the most sought-after commodities is flexibility, the ability to adjust production or consumption on demand. Flexibility is becoming relevant both on the industrial scale and at the household level. Flexibility aggregators and providers are the new market players, acting as so-called virtual power plants. Virtual power plant is a system integrating various types of devices that have the ability to change their energy consumption or production on demand. These devices must be effectively controlled in real time to respond to imbalance or to price signals. Such virtual power plants can be a rich source of flexibility, but tapping it requires sophisticated tools for its identification, aggregation, planning, and control. That is why Unicorn brings Flexigy, an open solution for flexibility management and trading. Flexigy aggregates the flexibility of distributed energy resources and consumption capable of demand response. Flexigy allows to yield additional profits from the energy infrastructure, both for flexibility providers and flexibility aggregators. The portfolio of assets that Flexigy allows to control includes a wide range of cogeneration units, batteries, photovoltaic or small hydro power plants, as well as devices with adjustable energy demand, like freezers, HVAC, and last but not least, the electric vehicle's charging infrastructure. On top of that, Flexigy also allows to mobilize flexibility in households, especially from batteries and rooftop solars, integrating them into so-called community power plants. Flexigy is a member of Unicorn's family of energy products that turn the energy transformation to your advantage and help us all to safely reach the carbon-neutral, sustainable future. With Unicorn, you are one step ahead of your competition in the energy domain. Unicorn, software everywhere.
To nejzajímavější, co jsem se na Unicorn University naučila, je schopnost řešit komplexní problémy a učit se v IT oboru, protože je to trošku specifické. A zároveň Unicorn University poskytuje systém vyučování, kde máme hodně praktické výuky. To znamená, naučila jsem se řešit podobnou problematiku, tak jak bych potom řešila v praxi. Tak a vlastně hned během prvních 2 semestrů jsem se naučila ty nejdůležitější hard skills, to znamená programování v Pythonu, v Rku a v SQLku spolu se základy statistiky. A potom už vlastně člověk potřebuje jenom svoji vlastní píli. A já jsem díky Unicorn University měla možnost dostat se vlastně na pozici data scientisty v Centru umělé inteligence pod O2. A to tím způsobem, že jsem jako své portfolio použila své seminární práce, které jsem měla vypracované právě ze školy. Studijní materiály považuji za jednu z největších výhod vůbec studia na Unicorn University. A to z toho důvodu, že je máme k dispozici vlastně neustále, jsou online a můžeme je používat při cestování, přesně tak to dělám já. A zároveň nám šetří čas a energii, nemusíme si nic zapisovat a můžeme tu energii věnovat rovnou učení. Studium na Unicorn University bych doporučila z několika důvodů. A jednak máme mod Work and Study, který je příznivý pro všechny, kteří přes den pracují a nemají čas zúčastnit se normální prezenční výuky. Ale zároveň jsou zde velmi ochotní učitelé, kteří jsou vždy na vaší straně a snaží se vás podpořit a věnují vám svůj čas vlastně nad rámec výuky. Jednou z nejdůležitějších věcí, co jsem se u nás ve škole naučila, je komunikovat s více technicky zaměřenými lidmi a celkově spolupracovat ve skupinách. A na jednom z hackathonů jsme řešili například programování hry a programovali jsme miny. Pokud se chce člověk věnovat data science, tak si myslím, že Unicorn University je perfektní volba. A právě díky tomu balíčku základních dovedností, které nabízí v poměrně brzkých semestrech, to znamená v prvním a v druhém. A taky je to škola, která je otevřená lidem, kteří přes den pracují a dokáže se přizpůsobit. Zkrátka je to tady super. Tak se přihlašte. Dobrý. Tak děkuju.
Ahoj, já jsem Lenka a tohle je Dan. A společně pro vás připravujeme testerskou akademii. Já se věnuji hlavně té části pro manuální testery. A ty, Dane?
Já se věnuji hlavně těm technickým částem, to znamená automatizace testů a nějaké obecné technické základy pro testery.
Se mnou se potkáte hned v úvodních lekcích, kdy si vysvětlíme teorii testování, potom se přesunete k backendovým a frontendovým testům, naučíte se psát testovací scénáře a všechno vyvrcholí testováním hrou. Dané, určitě ty testovací scénáře nějak využijete i v té automatizační části.
Jasně, ty scénáře vezmeme a uděláme z nich automatizované testy. Používáme jednak backendové testy, to znamená například přes Insomnia, Postman, anebo uděláme GUIčkové testy, to znamená přes Selenium a simulujeme chování uživatele.
Perfektní. A na konci opět testování hrou, kde si všechno účastníci ještě jednou vyzkouší. Každá lekce se nahrává, takže když náhodou někdy nebudete moct se zúčastnit, o nic nepřijdete a všechno doženete. Tak se na vás moc těšíme.
Vlastně spojení Unicorn University s Unicorn jako holdingem Unicorn je velkou devízou celé školy, protože studenti získají zkušenosti z reálné firmy, s reálnými projekty, s reálnými zákazníkami. To je velká výhoda vlastně oproti normálním státním školám, kde většinou studenti si musí hledat praxi sami. Po vystudování Unicorn University jsem se vlastně přestěhoval do Spojených států s cílem vyvíjet software přímo v Silicon Valley. Zkušenosti, které mi Unicorn University poskytla v rámci praxe a v rámci výuky, mi pomohly získat mou první práci v Americe. Když jsem poprvé vlastně chodil po pohovorech ve Spojených státech, tak jsem si připadal, že jsem, jak Američani říkají, up to date. Technologie, které byly zde vyučované, byly nadčasové, byly používané v reálných firmách. Zkušenosti, které jsem zde získal, ať už je to bylo se základy algoritmizace nebo s metodikou práce, byly také aktuální. A když jsem chodil po pohovorech, tak jsem se cítil velice jakoby silný kandidát, protože jsem měl reálnou praxi. V rámci studia na Unicorn University jsem byl schopný získat pozici softwarového inženýra v cybersecurity firmě, kde jsem strávil 5 let na různých pozicích, ať už jako softwarový inženýr, anebo produktový manažer. A později jsem se přesunul do firmy, která se jmenuje Palo Alto Networks, což je v podstatě dneska největší cybersecurity firma a kde pracuji jakoby product line manager, kdy vlastně já převádím zákaznické požadavky do požadavků na produkt. Studium na Unicorn University bych doporučil z toho důvodu, že Unicorn University je součást Unicornu. Lidé, kteří jdou do Unicorn University, budou expozováni v reálné firmě, reálným procesům, reálným lidem, kteří každý den pracují se zákazníky a řeší reálné problémy. Jedna věc, kterou bych rád podotknul, je, že na Unicorn University jsme měli vlastně přístup k veškerým školním materiálům po celou dobu studia v online formě. To bylo velice důležité. A veškerý materiál byl také ve videoformě k dispozici na školním systému, což bylo také velice důležité, když si člověk potřeboval něco zopakovat nebo refreshnout. Já bych doporučil jít na Unicorn University, protože v rámci studia získáte praxi a budete pracovat na reálných problémech s reálnými zákazníky. Po vystudování nebo po absolvování Unicorn University nebudete mít žádný problém získat uplatnění nebo získat práci v jakékoliv softwarové firmě.
Dear viewers, participants, welcome to the third block, the one before the last one. We will deal now with scalability of ERP systems. Before I introduce our first speaker for this topic, allow me to say that both speakers, AI allocated them to somewhere else today, so we will have their presentations, but they will not be available to your questions. But still, do not get discouraged. Do word your questions, and they will answer you later. The first speaker is Mr. Luděk Šafář from SAS. He will speak about the future of enterprise systems and superstructure. I'm very much looking forward to. Dear friends, welcome to this presentation. Thank the organizers and predecessors, and I hope you are looking forward to my presentation, which is called The Future of ERP Systems. That's an extremely interesting topic, because when we look at what is going on in ERP systems today, there are several trends we can observe. some of them are so clear that they were already mentioned by my predecessors. I also felt intrigued with this slide, the third and fourth place in priorities of investments. There is not only AI and machine learning, which is very closely connected with AI, but also cloud platforms. This is intimately connected with what will happen in the future. How do ERP systems develop nowadays? What is their hype curve? You heard about it as well. And we can notice a lot of interesting things at this hype curve. If you look at it attentively, most of what's written here relates to the first topic, I mean artificial intelligence, and the second important part of points relate to the second topic, and it is cloud. These two are also closely interconnected with my basic 4 topics: what's going to happen in the ERP systems, what forms they will have. And here they are, my 4 basic points, as I said. The first one being integration of AI into ERP systems in a larger context. AI is a general technology that will have an impact on our lives in many different spheres, not excluding ERP. It's closely connected with the data analytics, so I will speak about those 2 things. Migration into cloud, I will not speak about it because you can find a lot of information on web and get information from these sites. Also, you heard quite a lot about it today, cloud migration. And then I would like to turn my attention to something inspirational, something important for the future of ERP systems, and could be, as I said, inspirational for you. Let's start. Let's start with the first point, AI and analytics. This is not a new term. However, it's the term that in recent 2-3 years got into the very center of public space. Today, it's rather impossible or very difficult to avoid it. Our institute, SAS, that deals with AI and analytics since years, only now sees that the public is willing to discuss these topics with the institute. And in order to understand what will happen in those systems, we must specify what do we understand under the term of AI. It's being much spoken about, but very rarely it goes into depth. It's a non-biological system that is capable of fulfill some tasks. It's not something new for us. Mixers can mix, computers can compute, and so on and so forth. We have machines for practically everything. But now we get to a technology that will be able to do everything. AGI is now very much discussed, artificial general intelligence. It's an autonomous system that overpasses human competencies in most of tasks. In some sectors, it happens that they develop in leaps, for instance, aviation.
In 1903, there was the first piloted flight materialized, and then in 1969 the first human being set their foot on the moon. So you can imagine this exponential innovation, and this is what is happening now in our sector, this exponential innovation. And it is difficult to say where we will end up. For one reason, we speak about exponential development, AI, exponential development, and we human beings have difficulty to to assume any exponential development. This is a curve during the COVID pandemic, and not many people could believe that there will be an exponential development of COVID cases. So if we actually say that nowadays AI is experiencing an exponential growth, it is difficult to guess, to reckon what we can see in the near future. And our standardized linear systems will be influenced by the exponential curve, and everything can actually be driven by this exponential curve. We have got some prognosis ready where this system might be replaced, and when. It should not be very, very soon. You can see those outlooks on this server. In 2027, or another prognosis, another outlook says it should be in 2032, which is in relatively close horizon. And speaking about AI, people say I asked AI and I consulted AI. We often forget what it means, what it is, AI. What it stands for, because we have got some expectations and they might not be so clearly efficient. And that's why I wanted to dwell on this topic and say something about the relation between AI and analytical data. And you might have already checked this out. You might have tested ChatGPT and other models. And I actually use this word model because AI, as we know, is a set of mathematical operations, and they might be extremely complex and complicated and composed of a huge array of data. And it might be so complex because it will use so many data that for us it will be so difficult to find out why the model works this way and not that way. We have got technologies with high performance, but we can only try to explain what it all involves. And AI, we have got so many models of AI, but we very often speak about the generative AI, which is the LLM, large language model, and a typical case is ChatGPT. The LLM, when used for analytical and knowledge-based tasks, will lead you or might mislead you. That means if you use LLM for predictions for such big tasks, you will see the performance going up first, but the result might be very difficult to actually replicate and trace. Because you will put some input parameters, but then external conditions will change, or the setting conditions will change, and you will not get the results that you will need. And that's why be cautious whenever using this typical generative AI for manufacturing planning or supply chain management. An example to share, let's say we have a PO from order from a customer and we put it into the large language model, and that as I've said, is a great tool for language tasks. If you need a summary, if you need to find links between data. But if we have an order and put it into the LLM and then we use it analytically, that means we explain how it works, what we found there in the summary. Based on what we found there, we will use the decision tree and we will decide what we will do with it, how it will be divided. We are not going to ask the LLM anymore. We have got different analytical tools to use for that. And then based on it, we actually have a reply generated, and we use another language model. However, first we will have it checked by the operator who has to approve it. And once he has approved it, the operator, we will send it. This is a chart which should prove to you that AI cannot be relied upon solely, because there are some limitations and there are some features which we can use. What is important for us is whenever we use such technologies in our everyday business, we need to know the context for which we will use it. In this case, demonstrated, the LLM is actually good to be used for language-based tasks. And of course, other models are trained to create scenarios or analysis, and then we should use them. If you want this to work well, then of course next to ERP systems there should be data platforms used by companies for various tasks, and they should or can be combined, and they should be fed with data to be able to learn, and that would be an ecosystem in a given company, making the results reliable. Now I'm going back to analytical data. What we do in analytics, we always work with some task where we look for a decision, and we always pose questions, and we use technology for it, and then we have to decide based on all that. And if we want it to work well, we need to have a few components there. First, we have to have a good, reliable database. All legacy models or future models will be only as efficient as reliable the database is. We will have to train them more, and the data management is still actually in its infancy. That means that I would like to appeal to you. You should see data as one of the best valuable asset for you. You will need data even for the emerging AI. Once we have accumulated data bases, we start developing models. We are not gonna develop them all on our premises, although we have seen that already before this huge boom of AI. Many companies have developed analytical data by themselves based on the knowledge of their processes. And those models have to be relearned, retaught, retested. We have to always look for the optimal path, how to use this technology. our competitors have been investing into the development of models, and so should we. And last but not least, we have to deploy the models. We have to implement them in the company. We have to have mechanisms how to deploy them so that they cover the whole business task. All in all, what is going to happen in AI, specifically in ERP systems? Don't forget that AI is a generative technology and also a general technology that will influence our business behavior. To compare it with electricity, electricity per se does not seem to be so important, but of course we have got all machines that need power, that need electricity and are driven by electricity, so our processes will be driven by AI. Anybody talking about AI should explain what AI should be doing and what model of AI that should be. AI and very close specialties, machine learning, etc., will be only underpinned by data, and analytics is the connecting link that will underpin the data. Model, that is so important. You will be actually seeing it everywhere. When speaking about AI, it's always about AI models. Someone has to actually train the models. If you have an external model, a ChatGPT, you need to know what data it's been trained on and what risks it has. So AI in ERP, it will be a daily routine. There are some limitations, as I've said. There are some specific situations or areas where to use it, so use it according to the field you will use it in. Another area I want to speak about is the following. I'm gonna skip cloud, but let me say something about other areas and let yourself inspire. So we've been speaking about AI, that AI could replace us, or even it could actually do tasks better than us. So in ERP, there's many processes which can be easily automated. They are still done by people, but the number of people will be going down. And please be the ones who drive automation and not those who are affected by automation.
One interesting thing, the way data networks develop, there is a technology trend, Internet of Things, that intervenes very much. A lot of data can be generated directly from the physical underlying fundament. The machines can issue their own reports on what they do, under what conditions, or goods being shipped can be tracked, whether it's on the way or whether the delivery stopped. Just in time will probably not work. So these phenomena influence very much ERP in the present. Something that is rather neglected now is the methodology of blockchain. Blockchain is not only Bitcoin. I think it's a highly perspective technology, especially from the point of view of credibility among subjects that previously have known each other. In traceability, if there are complex ways of to be tracked, So these things can be well managed by blockchain technology. However, it's not being used yet, and it's still so good at it. So I suppose the blockchain technology will get more and more interesting for ERPs. Last, we will speak about is users interface. User's interface is specific. It's based on a training spectrum we give to ERP. We can presume that the role of ERP will be atomized as far as users' roles are important, or as far as their motivations to use. So we've spoken about things, we've spoken about AI and data analytics, and we've spoken about 4 basic changes that are to be expected. Concerning ERP, this is definitely not something that will disappear. I hope that in cooperation with Unicorn University and also perhaps with the help of this presentation, you will be more comfortable in navigation throughout the modern world. Thank you and goodbye. We thank you. Superstructure did include every component, including blockchain. And as I said, don't hesitate and send your questions. We will pass them over to our colleague. And now we will get to another topic, scalability. Kateřina Vašková from Microsoft will share with us her view on this. After superstructure, scalability is the second important thing which is ahead of us. So please send us a recording. Thank you for the floor. I would like to speak about specific cases, how Microsoft works on modernization of ERP systems. I will go on ERP system called Dynamics 364. These are systems that help to manage resources, whether commercial department resources or purchase department or financial department or HR department, so that the company can use in a unified way all the data that gets from those departments and its processes. Why should we modernize ERP systems? It's necessary because of changes we can see on the market, change of behavior of customers and companies, also efforts to save our costs and uncertainty at the market. I mean, necessity to connect different influences and different points. In what way would we like to modernize ERPs? In what way we can improve the results of companies? Primarily, we think that cloud solutions are the best option because there is full agility for scalability and also, of course, guaranteed security, so that using of resources to be deployed is securized, so that the system can be quickly implemented, deployed in a given company. The system should be accessed from anywhere, at any time, and results of development of big vendors or big companies could be very quickly transferred to be used in practice by workers. We do believe that scalability is here, our capability to react quickly to changes, which is a big topic of Microsoft. What are expectations laid on ERP? They are different based on company and based on its departments. Financial department has different expectations as compared to manufacturing department. There must be real data available, so that decision-making on manufacturing processes and sales processes can be quickly taken. Retail department, of course, needs data on customers to be able to better address customers and increase the revenue profit of the company. Supply chain department needs different data and must have insight into demand and insight into planning of manufacture, distribution. And therefore, there are different departments, there are different expectations. I mentioned several of them. Planning then needs different sources, or IT needs to react quickly to changing needs of the company and needs to be able to quickly react to the situation at the market. All this under the precondition of data security. Modern ERP provides key findings necessary for analytics, planning, and reporting. Finance needs to get current data in real time. This data is provided to the management for purposes of reporting and analysis. There must be continuous compliance because conditions at the market may change and regulators survey, and also the data must move in safe environments. Modern ERP systems bring changes in two aspects, not only in two, but mainly in two. In the past, we were used to use services of data and analytics. We were used to work with different tables and with different resources, while today we are more self-sufficient and better able to work with real-time data. We are able to create our own customized reports in the ERP tool, whether in Excel tables or in other systems. We are able to use Power BI platform that interconnects different data resources and creates visually attractive and well-cleared surveys for the management or other departments. In reaction to adaptation and changes, we can also use Power Platform by Microsoft. It's a local platform of development and defined governance. Security is also guaranteed. It is a platform for creating websites or portals, including creating chatbots. Thanks to connectors, it can extend the current systems already existing in companies. Such a company then can react very quickly to demands of customers by creating an application or simplifying the process of data processing, and can thus contribute to the overall time to market gets shortened. A part of this platform is a tool to create applications or automation, including AI Builder. It uses generative AI. Companies can create their own AI models without necessity to create coding. All this is linked to Dataverse, including guarantee of all security features. A modern ERP system is a continuous improvement of processes, searching for possibilities of the improvement, whether it's manufacturing management, HR management, or supply chain management. That gives companies time savings. Microsoft has a tool how to measure these phenomena. It's based on data that is already existing in core business systems and works with it. The best, the most effective processes in companies are permanently measured and analyzed, permanently improved. This process should be repeated over and over in order to reach automation and these advantages that a clear, purified process gives us. Power Automate Process Mining is a tool that helps us to find inefficiencies in processes and places where money can be saved, because it shows how the overall process works. More often the measurements is done, better understanding on the side of the company of inefficiencies and potential hidden savings are. It works with event logs, which are outputs of the current core systems. If you look at it as this, I mean a certain circle of measuring of the process, we first define the process in order to know exactly what parts must be included. Process Automate is able to measure this with help of event logs we already have in the system. Then analytics on it is done, and process mapping that enables us to identify problematic places, I mean bottlenecks, enabling us to improve them, and then we end up with control and improvement and monitoring of the process so that we can, if necessary, redefine the whole process so that it becomes more efficient. This can be a result of this process mapping stage. We are able to find bottlenecks, I mean, what are the reasons of either increased costs or delays in deliveries or unaccepted invoice or a replacing person for the one that normally approves an order, purchase order. Now I'm speaking, for instance, about a real case from finance department. So this mapping of the whole process is something that helps us to find out where are our weak points, and we can also compare different processes within a company in order to define what is the best optimal approach. In here, with the help of Copilot, which is an assistant of AI, we are able to work with the process mining through a natural language, so that we can lead a dialogue with the system while analyzing where's the problem. Copilot, in this particular case, enables us to propose a specific solution for a given bottleneck, for a given issue, for a given problem through a creation of a given application, for instance. When we look for places where our processes could be improved, we speak about so-called hyper-automation. And of course, we also find places for potential automation. This is a process that is run and controlled by business. The aim is to identify and automate most of parts of the process. If we imagine that companies use basic implementation for supply chain, for custom relation, for business, for sales, for accountancy and other things, in between the main applications there are so-called white spots that can be either isolated systems or isolated tables or isolated applications that are not in a clear reference to the core systems, and these offer potential to interconnect the data so that we can, in a targeted way, automate and create higher value.
Why should we accelerate hyper-automation? There are key systems used by businesses. They are robust. They need IT support. And any customization of those robust systems are actually an application will be going down. And that is why we want to roll out this capability to create applications within the employee ranks. To sum it up, what is the advantage of hyper-automation? It is cost effectiveness of processes, efficiency of work, there will be not so many human errors anymore, and then also data security and best practice in deployment. And once we need those items, we can use them and we can implement them and then we want to have happy customers so that any feedback expected by the client should be fast and also to the point. Last year and this year has been marked by the launch of Copilot. It is a tool helping us to enhance many processes within CRM or also in ERP, say supply chain, finance, or operations. I will give you a few examples how to use Copilot in a more efficient way so that you don't have so much work if working with ERP systems. Just one case, how to use Copilot in Dynamics 365 in supply chain management. You get a surprising message that a key part of the supply will be in delay. So what can you do? You can actually look for the consequences of such delay, or you can use Copilot, and Copilot will actually go through the whole order and will summarize the impact on the other parts of the order and can suggest a solution, and that will actually also give us more time for solution. And this is how you use it in Dynamics. Our marketing colleagues actually work with client insiders, and they need to see the client data. They need to know what the clients want, how they respond to various proposals, and what we need for further steps. And Copilot, what Copilot can do is we can actually chat with Copilot and ask about data, and we can put the data together, which we get from the marketing system. And it can also create segments or microsegments for our needs, not based on an analysis, which can be complex, but just based on one click when using Copilot. Time efficiency is extremely high because using Copilot, you will be able to adapt the pathway for the client, but you will also be able to get the preparation for a campaign. You will get the text for the campaign from Copilot. You can get the roadmap for the campaign, and you will always get it based on a dialogue with the Copilot. You can be actually also accompanied by Copilot throughout the campaign. You can also get the videos and change the videos, and also the analysis of the results will be not based on a very long-winded cooperation with agencies, but only based on Copilot. And now I want to speak about finance in Dynamics, and I will show you a demo.
On critical financial data instantly. Introducing Microsoft Copilot for Finance, an AI assistant built for finance professionals to help accelerate their impact and reduce costs. Reimagine the way work gets done and get back to delivering the insights that drive business growth. Connect, explore, and update existing financial data from within the Microsoft 365 apps you know and love. Tackle critical processes like period closes and data reconciliation in a supercharged way, all while maintaining an accurate and secure record that others can depend on. Never again miss insights kept siloed. Let Copilot transform the way finance works.
Copilot in finance, as you've seen, can help and save time, especially if you do financial data reconciliation. You don't need to compare charts from Excel tables. You can actually use Copilot and get the insight into what you see. It can actually pinpoint the imperfections, discrepancies, and prepare a report that is presentable further down the road. Another example, how to use Copilot whenever you need to find a problematic client. You need to get information from Outlook or from EPR systems. Then we have a finance Copilot, and based on various documents, you will get information about receivables from ERP systems. You can get it prepared in an email format, and Copilot can also find contextual information related to a given customer or a given receivable, and that saves us time. Looking at companies that work in a project operation way, and we have the project operations management, profitability, visibility, and what we need is that they need to see the status of their projects. They need to see how sources or resources have been used, whether the budget limit has not been exhausted. And using this data will contribute to faster decision making. If using Power BI, we can actually prepare reports for those who use this management. And then for teams, we can actually share the data about the project within teams. What you see here is how Copilot Dynamics 365 project operation does, and that is helping. This is a case when a project manager does not need to set up a new structure of milestones. Copilot can actually prepare the milestone structure with the steps of the project, and it also helps in finding possible risks or problems or bottlenecks, or when the limit of the budget might be reached, so that the planned resources are used efficiently. Or it can also find out about any time elapse. Well, I'll try to finish off on a positive note. AI will help us use our time in a more efficient way, and then we can focus on more strategic and complex tasks. And this is what our respondents have said, that they do believe that this transformation, digital transformation, will help them in automation of their everyday tasks, so that they have more time for their decision making. This transformation is needed and they will be able to use their time for other tasks. And they do believe that they will not be doing those repeated tasks which are so boring, and that they will have more fun at work. So I do believe with them that AI is a positive, transformative tool and will help us work with information in a broader context in a better way. Thank you for this inspiring presentation. I think we looked at the scalability of these things, and we have realized how difficult it can be for the providers, but how it enhances the activity on the side of the customers. Vasek Spania has said that it will replace the financial director's work, but it can help scaling the processes. Of course, give us questions, we will distribute them, and we will have a break now, and we'll come back at 1:15. Thank you.
My journey with Unicorn University started very spontaneously because I had no idea what to do with my life, and I decided. I went on the internet, was surfing through the internet, and I saw advertisement of Unicorn University. I checked the website, and all the information about applications was very clear, and also study department helped me a lot. So I wasn't waiting for too long. I applied, and I never regret this decision. Here at Unicorn University, the most interesting experience it was projects. Because even when we came to university, we basically knew no one, but the project and some common goal, it put us all together, and we could be friends already. We also could help each other anytime when we don't know the answer. We know we can ask our colleague, and that was the best experience. In this project, we go from the very beginning. It's starting from documentation, business requirements, business model, application model, and you go through the same structure as you will experience in a real-life project. And thanks to that, once we are graduating Unicorn University, we are ready for the real-life experience. My two very favorite teachers, if I can say that way, it's Adela Weinsteinova and Marek Biranek. Adela Weinsteinova, she was with us since the first project. And even when you feel like you cannot understand some stuff, she would explain in such a way that I think anyone can understand, and it's very important. And also she would find time, even if she is very busy, she will find some time to help us to explain us stuff. Marek Biranek suggested me to work for CERN. Everyone knows about CERN, and I believe anyone would dream to work there. Well, I was definitely one of those people. And Unicorn University, they developed a productional database for internal detector in Atlas. I was working as a front-end developer there, developing components for this productional database. It was an amazing experience, and it helped me definitely to understand better how all development process work, and definitely I gained some experience. I want to thank Unicorn University for changing my life, because just 3 years ago I had no idea what to do with it. I had no idea what I want to study. In 3 years from being a waitress in the bar, I became a software developer. And thank you so much for creating the love for what I do. It was like, study at Unicorn University, what everyone was doing, no?
Unicorn is a renowned European company providing top-class enterprise IT systems, products, and solutions. We have been delivering IT solutions for the energy industry for more than 25 years. We had come up with one of the first energy market management solutions in Europe when the liberalization of the European energy market started. Later, we introduced ETRM products to our portfolio, which serve as top-notch tools for energy traders of all kinds. And now, we significantly contribute to the green transformation of the European energy sector. Our products and technology ensure energy balancing, security of supply, transparency, and sustainability on the continental scale. The European energy market is now on the verge of transformation. Fossil fuels are on the decline, being replaced by renewable energy sources. In electricity generation, the number of controllable traditional power plants is declining, whereas the share of intermittent solar and wind is increasing. Electrification of transportation and heating brings even more stress into the electricity system. Energy storage and load flexibility are therefore essential to maintain the security of the electricity supply. That is why we focus on solutions bringing modern appliances such as home charging stations, battery boxes, or heat pumps into play, engaging them in grid balancing and letting their owners profit from energy transformation. When we look at our product portfolio from the top level, our platforms power most of the pan-European and regional markets. Our software joins the power markets on long-term, day-ahead, and intraday time horizons. We have built two major European-wide balancing platforms, TerraLibra and Mari. In the Nordics, our Damas organizes the regional capacity markets and settles all electricity trades in the whole region. Our Damas platform stands in the core of energy markets in 19 European countries, organizing the international energy markets. In addition, we have our Certegy products, which manage the whole life cycle of green certificates, making sure that end customers consume the energy from renewable sources and renewable energy producers receive an additional income. Lancelot platform-based products cover the level of electricity trading. It provides complex support for energy commodity trading. Lancelot is designed for energy commodity traders, suppliers, and distributors who appreciate its technological edge and advanced prediction and optimization functions. At the last level, a new group of market actors arises, the flexibility aggregators. For them, Unicorn has introduced a new product line, Flexigy. Flexigy is an energy flexibility trading, optimization, and management platform that allows to aggregate smaller distributed power resources and controllable consumption into tradable blocks, so-called virtual power plants. Flexigy controls cogeneration units, batteries, photovoltaics, hydropower plants, as well as assets with adjustable energy demand, like industry freezers, HVAC, or EV chargers. When it comes to flexibility from EV charging, Flexigy works best together with our ChargeUp product, a complex solution for e-mobility. Flexigy allows you to maximize profits from your energy assets and turn the energy transformation to your advantage. All of these products and solutions are built using our standard mobile-first, IoT-ready cloud architecture. The architecture allows us to deliver technologically advanced, reliable, scalable, and highly secure solutions quickly, cheaply, and with minimum risks, while working seamlessly together. With our products, we mobilize the potential of all energy assets and make them actively participate in the energy market, resulting in additional revenue streams for our customers and vast reductions in CO2 emissions. In Unicorn, we believe that a sustainable energy system is one of the keys to make our life on Earth better. Unicorn is an expert in energy trading. No matter which role you play in the market, we have a perfect solution for you.
Já bych Unicorn University doporučil nejen z toho důvodu, že vnímám, že hodně propojuje jakoby business s tím studiem, že to není jenom o naučení se skript a odříkání u zkoušky, ale vyloženě i ty praktické workshopy, které vlastně máme
tak nás učí nejenom komunikovat s lidmi, ale taky vlastně připravují nás jakoby na ty pozice samotné. Absolvoval jsem 2 workshopy. Například máš jako zadání nějaké neúplné firmy nebo firmy před nějakým krokem, který musíš jakoby projít, vyřešit ho a přijít jakoby na ten správný styl, jakým by se ta firma měla ubírat v celém portfoliu nebo na celém tom trhu. Já, když jsem vlastně nastupoval, tak praxe ještě nebyla povinná pro to studium, ale i přesto jsem vlastně využil možnosti jít na stáž do společnosti Microsoft, který je vlastně jednou z partnerských firm Unicorn University. Už během té stáže jsme se vlastně nějakým způsobem komunikovali na tom, že by mi to třeba dávalo smysl jakoby se tam posunout dál a prošel jsem si výběrovým řízením, které v Microsoftu je a dostal jsem se vlastně až na pozici, kde jsem dneska. Tak studijní materiály ty máme jakoby online. Všechny jsou jakoby na portále přístupné vždycky z předmětu, který studuješ. Myslím si, že pokrývají vlastně všechno, co je potřeba k tomu, aby si ten předmět zvládl. Samozřejmě vysoká škola je od toho, aby si z některé podklady našel i sám, ale tady ty podklady jsou hodně připravené na to, aby si tady tuhle práci skoro nemusel dělat. Takže za mě studijní materiál je super. Co se týče vstřícnosti ke studentům, myslím si, že vždycky si někdo najde své mouchy, co mu vadí, co mu nevadí, ale tady si myslím, že se odvádí skvělá práce a to už bylo moc marketingové.
In Unicorn, we believe that the renewable energy certificate markets are on the brink of a change. The increasing customer awareness and demand for sustainable energy will drive evolution in areas such as granular certification with 24/7 matching, hydrogen and other new energy carriers, energy storage, or full disclosure. Ultimately, this will lead to massive increase in traded volumes of green certificates. We believe that the current way of operation must change, as it is difficult to scale and prone to errors. Nowadays, trading companies use various ways of communication to conclude deals, use many different ways for confirmations with counterparties, store data in multiple tools, and manage certificates and settle trades across many registries. Certegy Trader is a tool to address this challenge. Our goal is to simplify energy certificates trading as much as possible, from the moment of deal confirmation to final settlement in the registries. Certegy Trader is designed to work as full-fledged standalone trading solution or to work in parallel with any current ETRM or other solution in use. The main features of Certegy Trader are forecasting, trade capturing and confirmations, portfolio allocations, position reporting, and automatic settlement in many registries. All the features are optimized to work with high volumes of certificates with resolution up to 1 hour. User experience was designed in cooperation with certificate traders to bring maximum user comfort and efficiency. The trades are captured either via a few-step form by bulk import or via API. All attributes and details from the REX International Contract template are supported. The allocation of trades is simple. Just choose what you want to allocate using various parameters of the trade, and Certegy Trader will make sure that all criteria of the allocated trade are respected. You can browse your portfolio as necessary and create customized views and dashboards and share them with your team. Certegy Trader is built by Unicorn, leading European provider of IT solutions and services in the energy domain. Certegy Trader is provided as a service in the cloud, operated in Plus4U ecosystem, and hosted in Microsoft Azure. The setup of the solution is easy and can be completed in a few days. Get in touch with us and ask for your free trial today.
Na Hatchery ma zaujala príležitosť stretnúť sa priamo s pracovníkmi z Unicornu.
Chcela som niečo, kde by som sa mohla viac angažovať a nejak ukázať svoj potenciál. A toto vyzeralo ako fakt skvelá príležitosť nejako sa ďalej posunúť.
Setkal som sa i ze spousty
kolegy, kteří hatchery prošli a zmiňovali, že jim v kariéře velmi pomohla.
Během školení jsem se naučil spoustu nových dovedností, zejména jak navrhovat aplikace v Unicornu úplně od začátku.
Zo začiatku sme nám predstavili celkovú spoločnosť, ako to v nej prebieha, aká je vlastne kultúra spoločnosti.
Následne sa prešlo na tie dizajnerské časti, kde sme sa vlastne učili celý proces toho vývoja.
V posledních dnech hatchery jsme dostali přidělaného developera, což znamená, že jsme v těchto posledních dnech pracovali v týmu.
A zakončené to bylo workshopem, kdy jsme si prezentovali námi vyrobená řešení.
Náborový proces hodnotím na jednotku.
Byl to pro mě zároveň první náborový proces, který jsem v životě absolvoval a rovnou pro mě byl úspěšný.
Všetko šlo ľahko bez nejakých zadrhelov.
Do začátku na hatchery se mi určitě hodilo umět dobře angličtinu, protože spousta věcí v Unicornu se řeší v angličtině.
Myslím si, že na začiatku je fajn mať nejaké to logické a analytické myslenie. To je podľa mňa základ. A potom, ako keď máte nejaké skúsenosti s programovaním, tak je to určite bonus.
Neřekl bych, že do začátku pro hatchery potřebujete nějaké konkrétní znalosti nebo schopnosti.
Ale vzhľadom na to, že už som tie IT znalosti mal predchádzajúce, tak mi bolo umožnené vzdelávať sa viac do hĺbky.
Hatchery pro mě určitě byla velmi přínosná. Řekl bych, že jsem si hlavně odnesl vhled do koloběhu vývoje softwaru jako takovém.
Nenazvala by som ju úplne ťažkou, záleží, koľko času ste do nej investovali.
Už ako nováčik som dostal možnosť pracovať na jednom z core produktov.
K hatchery jsem se vrátil, nyní už jako lektor.
Rozhodne by som do toho išiel znovu, spoznal som kopu ľudí a získal som veľkú hromadu skúseností.
V Unicorne som veľmi spokojná. Ak by som si mala znovu vybrať, šla by som do toho opäť. Rozhodne nič neľutujem.
Určitě bych do toho šel znova.
Dear viewers, dear participants, welcome to the last block of our conference. And as we said throughout the conference, not only speaking about AI, but also about competencies is necessary, it's important. I mean, being able to use something, having faith in what I'm doing, and therefore education should be a part of our agenda. Do we have any guests on this topic? Let's have a look. We do have colleagues from our Unicorn University, and the presentation that is called Digital Education is the Key to Success. Mrs. Jana Adamová and Mr. Jakub Haláček will deliver, and be sure to raise questions. Thank you for the floor. We divided our presentation into two parts. Jana will describe the whole story, what results can be brought by education, digital education. And I must say that preceding blocks were very inspirational, speaking about changes ahead of us, changing about challenges. And in order for companies being able to cope with the challenges, to reach success, of course, education is important, education of their manpower. So system, methodology, how to deliver education, this is important, and I hope we will be able to convince you that we have good results. After Jana shows you where we've got to, I will show you a short demo, how it can look like from the point of view of a colleague of mine who gets education. How do we support our people to get education? How do we measure the results, and so on and so forth? Jana, the floor is yours.
That is essential for any successful company. Education. Because we consider education as one of the key priorities, and we know that it's beneficial for the success of the company and each of us. I want to share with you our case study. In other words, how we have dealt with the challenges of digital education and, more importantly, what it has brought us. My name is Jana Adamová. I am responsible for the education process within the company. and I'm in charge of the Unicorn Top Gun Academy unit, whose mission is to systematically and continuously educate all our coworkers. How else to start than by asking, why do we need digital education? That seems to be a simple question because we are a digital company. But above all, we are a company that is constantly growing. We have over 2,000 coworkers from different places, speaking different languages, working on hundreds of projects and products. This brings us to the first challenge that needs to be met. Because if you have thousands of coworkers, education is a big investment, and you have to find a way to reduce the risk of wasting money on a non-effective learning process. But not just the number of coworkers has to be dealt with, but also their work focus. Learning is a continuous process because everything is still evolving, especially technologies. We can talk about hundreds of roles and thousands of topics that need to be taught. We have therefore decided to focus our efforts on increasing the efficiency of education by using the added value of digital learning. But for any process to be successful, it needs to be properly managed. Regarding education, it's mainly about setting processes for producing training, managing the training flow, and recording results that we could work with information. We have established a unit for this purpose called Unicorn Top Gun Academy, whose mission is the systematic education of our coworkers. In digital learning, our role changed from the event organizer to the guide for coworkers, to show them what, how, and when to learn. This leads to the next step we have to handle: tracking coworker study progress, activity assignments, reminding tasks, and forcing them to fulfill study obligations. To make this all work, it's necessary to focus on three main things. First, for effective self-study, you need quality study materials. Second, you need supporting tools as well. And third, you have to find a way how to verify knowledge effectively. As I already mentioned, the first key requirement for digital learning is study materials. Digital self-study is not just about electronic books, which we of course also have in an interactive form using our UU Bookit application, but we also work with online courses, create educational videos, demos, or learn, for example, through comic stories to convey key ideas to coworkers in a fun way. Study materials are produced in cooperation with Unicorn Publishing, a publishing company focusing on online education. Comprehensive education requires order, and that's impossible without supporting tools and applications for managing processes that can communicate with each other. In the beginning, we talked about hundreds of roles and thousands of topics. Our goal is to have them systematically documented, because to place people effectively, the know-how system is a must. So here comes the UU Know-how Kit application. As far as you know who and what to learn, you need a tool for managing studies and results, UU Study Engine, which covers the execution of training and the recording of study results, including task assignments from different sources. For example, already mentioned online courses in our UU Course Kit application. And finally, with the coming of artificial intelligence, we created the UU Business Chat application, which allows us to extract information from defined know-how sets by interacting with AI with controlled access. And that brings us to our case study and the key milestones that led us to our success. In the autumn of 2016, we started working on the UU Course Kit application, an online educational tool for creating courses. Until 2017, most of our training was primarily on-site, with less than 10% of self-study, and the production of our first online course was a game changer. In 2019, we focused on a strategy to digitalize education, which mainly meant changing the way we teach and creating digital content. 2 years later, we already had a large part of our training portfolio covered with materials that allowed us to combine the form of training as needed. Self-study has its advantages, but on the other hand, it emphasizes motivation and self-discipline. We needed to find a way to check whether coworkers had the necessary knowledge. So, we have started to work with digital certification, which tests theoretical know-how in the required areas through a test in our well-known UU Course Kit application. Digital certification became thus a part of a continuous process of learning and improvement that enables us to maintain the system. And finally, we come to the present and the challenge of integrating artificial intelligence into education. To show that it works, let's look at real data. As already mentioned, one of the parts of the process is the ability to track coworkers' study progress. The graph shows the number of studied lessons by our coworkers in the last 2 years, with a huge year-on-year increase. The current average number of lessons studied per day is nearly 1,500, which means that almost every one of us is learning one lesson every day, which is, by the way, a beautiful example of the micro-learning method. However, education is not just about numbers and quantity, but especially about the added value it brings us. Behind these numbers we achieved is the core of our success. We know that our work is by no means over, because learning is a never-ending story. But one thing is for sure, digital learning and knowledge verification work and are beneficial both for the company and each of us. What do you think, Jakub? Am I right?
Well, for sure, Jana. Thank you for your input, for your presentation, and what's been presented by you when we saw that we have to manage thousands of students in different locations with different educational targets and plans, each of them, all of that supported by the IT system, and also we have to cope with the view of those who are to be educated themselves. I mean, the number of lessons mastered or managed by day. Let's have a look at one colleague of ours. And what does it mean, studying one lesson per day? I switched over to our digital log book that looks very similar to other books. If I go through different chapters, I open one of them, there is a video explaining the topic, then there is a text, there is description of codes. I can work with it. The video is very important, and video podcasts are added to each material because many of us accept more easily matters from audiovisual channel than from written material, and people ask for that audiovisual material. So we do produce videos, we supply them to our students, and if I look at the content when speaking about videos, there is always a podcast. This is quite specific, so it would not be very useful for us. But if it is about management, if it is about law, why not to listen to it when you go to work, for instance, or home, back home? And also you can find the transcripts. People in the past didn't understand why they should get transcripts, but it is also a useful tool. And we must sort of feed students with information. And if I switched on to our Copilot, it doesn't work only with the text part of the book, of the textbook. It also works with transcripts relating to different videos, and it gives us answers if I raise a question. This is an example of our tools we have incorporated. This is a business chair that helps us with my getting knowledge. I may be studying lesson 7, but who knows, I forgot something from some previous lesson. So as soon as I address the pilot, the co-pilot or assistant, my question, the entity works not only with a given document, but with several materials that are of relevance to my question. I will not show it. For instance, what it is about a route. If I create a new application. I get an answer that may be satisfactory or may not be satisfactory, but it is for sure an answer that gets from, let's say, different resources. Sometimes it may come from not highly valuable resources. Sometimes it may be even misleading. So anyhow, it gets me to a page where I can find the answer to my question or a text that is relevant to my questions, and I can easily switch in between different studying materials. I do not have to address my colleagues, where did you find this information? It's all facilitated by this AI assistant. Or if I ask what is UU lamp, and again, it's so helpful that a student gets more quickly relevant sources of information, relevant answers. It is really a way that helps us very much with our educational targets. Let's get back to our educational materials. Rolling down the page, I will promise to you to look at a case one lesson per day, so review what you learned, but I also should know whether I did grasp the topic properly, that I understand the matter, because that's the typical process of education. I mean, I first study and then I must somehow be verified whether I understood, whether I learned properly. So this is a testing stage, not identical to what we experience in schools, a different one, but what are the right answers? If I do not answer properly, if my answer is not correct, I get an additional explanation why another solution was the right answer. So again, I do not have to wait for somebody else to verify my knowledge, to test me, and to give me additional explanations. So it's all much more facilitated, much more faster. And here I was lucky, I can combine it, link it together. You can notice that types of questions differ in order to motivate students to think about, also to break a certain monotony of the materials, and also to make it all faster, this educational process. So with this practical case, I finished one lesson. Before that, I watched a video, and that means I studied one block.
This is not the end of everything yet, because we have these tools for self-study. In addition, however, we need to be able to verify the knowledge obtained, and it should be somehow proven. So I have a certification exam here prepared. Everything you have seen so far is online. You can study anytime. You have some time plan, and it's up to you whether you study in the evening or in the morning. But then we want to have some on-site form where we verify whether the employee or the colleague understood everything. So let me show you what it looks like. This is the certification test start or landing page, and you see what it looks like. It's like testing at school this time, and I have 30 minutes for it. You see duration, and then I can actually have it available in the next 58 minutes, and if I open it, then it's the start of the test. And you see I can switch between different questions, and the user or the student, the colleague, will get questions that he had not seen yet, and this is the process at stages. First, this is the learning stage, and then this is the verification stage where we test him or her whether he understood everything. And then we can switch to another stage of the working or educational process. Thank you and have a good day. Thank you for your inspiring presentation, and I'm sure we will have some questions. Let me ask you, it looks like this produces a lot of data, and in schools or universities it is a trend to have a learning development system. We need to monitor the students so that we know when they actually need to be motivated or where they are motivated, and now we have to is it this system that can be used for it? Thank you for this really nice question. And we know that in the 21st century the blood of the economy is data. And nowadays we work with data in order to identify those who need more support, who have problem or difficulty understanding the subject, and then we can actually send them more materials, we can give them more resources. And I also hear that you might be asking about the data which is through AI tools used for various purposes. You can then offer specific subject to students. So if we know that somebody is very good at some area, then we can just only test it, and once it's checked, he will proceed to another subject. And in other cases, students will be supported more. And of course, we actually use those tools for these actually purposes. And of course, we develop other tools. Another question of mine. When studying, students will find answers to their questions in some references, and that might be books or something else. And if a student is somewhere studying and then the answer might be at the level of the first grade. So is there a chance that the business chat could check that? Well, the student might get an answer which could be too complicated for him, and generative AI tools work as follows. The answer will not have a very specific, very specialized set of answers, but as we've seen, something that will be very specific for this area. So if the set is more general, then if the question is formulated and prompted in a good way, then he will be able to actually get the simpler answer. Well, what I meant was, if I'm a student and have booked some credits, some subjects, and haven't studied the higher level or more advanced credits, well, you can configure it, of course. You might get the information, or it is the objective that the student will not be given the answer because it's too far advanced for the student. It's up to the setting of the chat, how you configure it to your needs. Another technical question of mine, the transcript of the videos, is it also being created by AI? Well, some time ago, it it paid off to actually ask a student to do that, to provide the transcript. And now we use AI, of course, and it's this audio to text converter. That means that one tool will be able to actually convert it from video to text, and then we have another tool that will identify the code, because sometimes you need to transcribe the code so that the whole video transcript is processed, and then we get the output with which we can work well. Last thing I would like to ask, based on my experience, students sometimes suffer from insufficient planning, bad planning. But what if the students look for information in a chaotic way? They don't know where to get the information, the correct information. Can they use AI to support them? Well, I would ask a classmate. I would actually post my question on the chat, and I always use these things. If the school or the university has got those things described somewhere, whether the instructions are in a digital form, then we can use the data for the business chat. And if the student asks within the business chat and asks what he should do and how, then he will ask within the chat and can get helped out. Oh, that is great. Thank you. I would like to ask Jakub. I think digital education, digital learning within the university context is wonderful. However, we have said that the AI paradigm might actually distort the whole spectrum of the society. You think this can be transposed to the whole society, to the society as a whole? Difficult to say. Looking at education in general, we see that it is being digitized. However, the educational process is rather conservative, and 20-30 years ago we witnessed the internet revolution, and it is only now that we see a higher degree of online penetration in the educational area. So it takes some time to proliferate for these AI tools in education. However, where we could see it first will be where we want to make education more efficient and where star students will be more visible. Those will be students that need more support, and that could help the whole, that could help education as a whole. And everybody could get educated anytime due to digitization in education. Thank you. I think our time is up. I would like to thank Jakub Haláček for his inspiring presentation, and I would like to thank you to all speakers. I think they have covered ERP systems from various angles. And what would you say? What was the most beneficial knowledge you obtained? Today we were speaking about ERP systems, but still heard a lot about AI. That means that the future for ERP systems depends on fast adaptation of innovation by AI, and we should help our users. And that was the key message by Gartner and Microsoft and SAS as well. And I think this is a very nice note. We have ended our conference. Let me say one more thing. AI produces outputs which are so difficult to be distinguished from the human activities, and very soon we will not be able to distinguish. And we have been here in person. It's not been our avatars, but who knows whether next time it will be different. I'd like to thank Martin for his assisting and posing questions and helping our speakers. Thank you. And I'd like to remind you of our need to receive your feedback. Please fill it out, because we will, of course, be trying to make it even better next time. And we will have fun, but it's very important that you have fun, so please give us your feedback. And it will be November 22nd, November 22nd, 2024. It's going to be the next conference, and we will be speaking about the hyping topics. Thank you. See you next time.